Good evening, everyone. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Please sit down. Good evening. Again, I want to welcome you to the March 24th, 2025 zoning hearing, master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding over the majority of the cases this evening. The first two cases are remand cases and will be heard by Hearing Master Hatley, who is to my right. Let me start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich, who will, she's with the Development Services Department, and she will introduce other staff members, as well as go over any changes we have to tonight's agenda. Ms. Heinrich.
Good evening, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. Also, we have with us with the County Attorney's Office, Mary Dorman, and with the Planning Commission, we have Willow Mikey. And I do not have any unpublished withdrawals and continuances, so I'll just go through the published ones, which begins with item A1, Major Mod 24-0675. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A2, PD 24-0921. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A3, PD 24-0924. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A4, PD 24-1013. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A5, PD 24-1116. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A6, Major Mod 24-1141. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A7, Major Mod 24-1152. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A8, PD 24-1155. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A9, PD 24-1202. This application is being continued by the applicant to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A10, PD 24-1240. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A11, PD 24-1257. This application is being continued by the applicant to the June 16th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A12, PD 24-1311. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A13, Major Mod 25-0025. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A14, Major Mod 24-0133. This application is being continued by staff to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A15, PD 25-0144. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A16, Standard Rezoning 25-0174. This application is being continued by the applicant to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A17, Standard Rezoning 25-0178. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A18, Major Mod 24-0243. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A19, PD 25-0261. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A20, Major Mod 25-0262. This application has been withdrawn from the hearing process. Item A21, PD 25-0270. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A22, PD 25-0274. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A23, PD 25-04 447. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 19th, 2025 ZHM hearing. Item A24, standard rezoning 25-0454. This application is being continued by staff to the April 15th, 2025 ZHM hearing. And that concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, let me start by going over our procedures for today's hearing. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by the zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following today's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation tonight is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction of each agenda item. Next, we'll go to the applicant. The applicant and their team has 15 minutes to make their presentation. Then we'll go back to Development Services, to the staff planner that was assigned the case. They have 5 minutes to present the county's findings. Same is true when we go next to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to present their findings of consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. Then we will turn to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an application. Total time for everyone combined, 15 minutes. And that is also true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone together, 15 minutes. We'll circle back to the Development Services Department to see if they have any comments or changes based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, the applicant has the last word with 5 minutes for rebuttal. Regarding the time for proponents and opponents, I know we have some people that are signed up to speak. When it comes to that portion of the hearing, I will ask for a show of hands if you plan to speak. We have people that are participating in the room, but we also have people participating online. So I need a show of hands, and I will count how many, and then we will divide that 15 minutes as equally as we can to make it fair so that everyone gets a chance. When you come up to the podium to speak, or if you're online when it's your turn, if you can start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure we have your information correct. If you are in the room and you're done speaking, if you could see Allison, she's at the end of the dais. Raise your hand, Allison. There she is. She's with the clerk's office, and she is keeping a log of who spoke tonight as well. So when you're done, if you could just stop by her and sign in with your name, address, and the case number to which you spoke. Let me turn now to Ms. Dorman with the County Attorney's Office, and she will provide you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Any evidence presented tonight will become part of the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its May 13th, 2025 land use meeting unless a different date is stated by staff. When considering applications, the board will only review the record and the recommendation made by the land use hearing officer for each application. The land use hearing officer will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on April 14th, 2025. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications that do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. Finally, applications that have evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board will allow testimony by any party of record at its public meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Testimony by a party of record shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with Section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who has been certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. The content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the land use hearing officer. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
I do.
Please be seated. All right. Then with that, I'm going to turn the hearing over to Zoning Hearing Master Hatley. And Ms. Heinrich, we're ready for those cases.
Our first item is item B1, PD 24-1040. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AR to plain development. Tanya Chappella will present this application after the applicant's presentation. And just to advise you, this is a remand that is being sent back due to a notice deficiency. There was no request by the board for any type of additional or specific information. We just needed to provide a correct notice and a full hearing again.
All right, applicant.
Hi, good evening. Ann Pollock with Trenum Law, 200 Central Avenue in St. Pete, representing the applicant and owner Valencia Estate at Stone Lake. We are here tonight on a remand. We had our full ZHM hearing, as you may or may not recall, actually in December of 2024. Full support from all agencies, the Planning Commission and the ZHM. Tonight, we will submit into the record that transcript and that ZHM recommendation of approval. But unfortunately, because the county had an improper legal ad notice, we're back here. In the meantime, the comp plan amendment that was running with this has been approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Tonight's hearing, again, we have full support from staff and the Planning Commission. My plan was to give an expedited presentation unless you have any other objection to that.
Well, tonight's hearing is the record of the case. So just present your case as you wish. Thank you.
So this property is at 12410 Thanodisassa Road. It's 39 acres and in the rural service area, also in the Thanodisassa Community Plan area. Surrounding it are many like uses or approved for like uses. To the west is pasture land, but it was recently approved for a 27-unit single-family subdivision. It has Res 1 comp plan and is Zone PD. To the northwest is a 160-unit subdivision, Zone PD, and with AR and AE comp plan, but with using the flex that they used back then. To the south is a mobile home park, a single-family residence, and then to the southeast is a more 1.5 acre unit homes and lots. And then to the east is more rural residential, and to the north is pasture land, and the only area not Res 1. So we are requesting a PD rezoning to allow a single-family conventional subdivision with 30 units, accessory dwellings, accessory structures, backyard chickens, detached garage. As stated before, the comp plan was recently approved to Res 1. We have access to Thonotosassa Road on the south and an emergency-only access stub out to the east. The property to the east is private, so the connection would only happen if they develop. We are going to be making major road improvements to Thonotosassa, including widening and repaving it all the way to McIntosh Road to the east. We feel we are consistent with the comprehensive plan, and this has been confirmed by the Planning Commission in their report. Res 1 category, we meet the intent of the Res 1 category, and it isn't actually found widely around the property or essentially approved via the flex. We have a 39-unit maximum density, but we are proposing 30 units. The Planning Commission did say it meets the intent of the Res 1 category. Comparable densities nearby, which I'll talk about, we will be providing private well and septic tanks. The Thonotosassa Community Plan oversees this property. Consistent with that, we will have minimum 1 acre residential lots. And we believe that this development meets the goals, including Goal 3, which is to provide a balance of residential and other uses while maintaining the rural nature of the Thonotosassa area. We feel this contributes to the vision of the Thonotosassa Community Plan, and the Planning Commission has agreed that the proposal meets the plan strategy. We are also consistent with the neighborhood protection policies of the comp plan, continuing transition of intensity along Thonotosassa. We're creating like uses, including large lot, single-family residential. We're mitigating adverse impacts through our access planning, transportation improvements, buffering and screening, and the Planning Commission agrees that this is consistent. We're also consistent with the compatibility and design components of the comprehensive plan. The proposed uses have been deemed by the county to be comparable to the surrounding residential uses. And it's compatible with the surrounding area and would meet the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles, which is what the rural comp plan and the Thonotosassa plan really want to keep. So just going a little more detail into how we are compatible with the surrounding area. If you see to the west immediately in purple, that is the property that was recently approved for a 27 units subdivision. To the northwest is Stone Lake Ranch, which is that 160 unit subdivision that looks like it's mostly AR, but because of the flex that was approved back when you could do that in the rural area, it has a pretty similar density to what we're looking for, generally 1.5 and 2 acre lots. And then if you look deeper into Thonotosassa to our east, you see that we are really very compatible. And if you look at the red and the green, those are all lots that are smaller than 2 acres. And the lots that are red are smaller than 1.5 acres. So all very consistent with what we're proposing on the lot that's shown in pink in the north west corner. This just shows the nearby zoning. Oops. I don't know how to go back, but there we go. The PDs to the west and northwest and to the south, and a lot of AS1 all around us. In line with the transportation conditions, we have a gated access to the south. We did receive approvable status from the county engineer regarding our request to a variance on access spacing along Thonotosassa. We will have emergency-only cross-access to the east and gated with cul-de-sac as required by code. And again, as I said, we couldn't go into there actually until the neighbor to the east developed. We will be preserving 30 feet of land adjacent to Thonotosassa for the scenic corridor requirements. And we feel that this will have a minimal transportation impact, and that's been shown by having less than 50 p.m. peak hour trips. The level of service standard on Thonotosassa is C, and this will be a B. And we did receive a design exception shown as approvable to widen and repave Thonotosassa Road all the way to McIntosh. It's a little bit narrower, and it's not in good condition, and the neighbors have really wanted that, so that they're very happy about that. So in summary, we are consistent with the comprehensive plan, consistent with the Res 1 category, the Thonotosassa Community Plan, the rural area and neighborhood protection policies, among others, compatible with the character of development pattern and zoning in the area. The Planning Commission staff report found the request consistent. The county staff report had a recommendation of approval and no objections from any agencies. The design exception and administrative variance are ready to go. And we had a neighborhood meeting initially at the beginning stages and have since had conversations periodically with the neighbors to address their concerns. And like I said, in December, we did this the first time and we got a recommendation of approval. So thank you very much. I'm here for any questions.
All right, thank you. I have no questions for you. All right. Development Services.
Good evening. Tanya Chapela, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR to PD to allow 30 single-family residential lots, accessory dwellings, accessory structures, backyard chickens, and detached garage uses. Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA 2427, has been approved to change the future land use designation from AR to Res 1. Res 1 allows a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per acre for a total of 39 units. The proposed uses are comparable with the surrounding residential uses, and the proposed layout is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Furthermore, the proposed 0.76 dwelling units per acre density is under the 1 dwelling unit per acre maximum density allowable in the Res 1 comprehensive plan category. Furthermore, the adjacent development to the west was approved for a 0.73 dwelling units per acre, comparable with the proposed 0.76 dwelling units per acre. Staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and in keeping the general development pattern of the area, and recommends approval. This concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you very much. And Planning Commission.
Willa Mickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is located in the Agricultural Rural 1-5 Future Land Use category. The proposed rezoning is running concurrently with HC CPA 2427, which proposes to amend the Future Land Use designation to Residential 1. The associated CPA was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on February 13, 2025. It is in the rural area and is within the limits of the Thenotis Asset Community Plan. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 on neighborhood protection and compatibility with the surrounding area, as the creation of single-family lots is a similar use to the surrounding residential and agricultural uses. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing proposed or planned surrounding development. The scale of development allowed by the Res 1 category in the rural area has a suburban scale character with large lot sizes. The proposed approximately 1 acre minimum lot size for residential would be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposal also meets the community design component of the future land use element, as the surrounding land use pattern is primarily agricultural and low-density rural residential in character. The proposed rezoning would meet the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
All right, thank you. Now, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? This is in support of this application. All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, do not hear anyone. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Applicant, anything further? No, thank you. All right, applicant says no. Thank you. This will close the hearing on rezoning PD 24-1040.
Our next application is item B2, PD rezoning 24-1231. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD and RSC 6 to plain development. And Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And this is also a remand application that is coming back to you due to a notice error. There were no specific requests by the board for any findings or specifics.
All right, thank you. Applicant?
Good evening. For the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street. If I could just clarify, based on the last presentation, because we're in a similar situation, we were under the impression that the prior record, we're just supplementing the record tonight because the prior hearing.
No, it's my understanding this hearing establishes the record of the case.
Okay.
So you should present your case.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to use the Elmo then. We didn't load the presentation onto the computer.
All right, and anything you put on the Elmo, if you would please submit to the record.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll hand
you.
all this in at the completion.
Okay.
So just the intro slide here, nothing really to go over, but this is PD 24-1231. Just noting the timeline here, this item was brought before you in December of 2024. We had a recommendation from approval, which we will submit to the record here, and then it was remanded due to a notice issue, a regrettable issue, but an error nonetheless. The subject property is approximately 17.74 acres. It's located north of Kirby Street and east of the Hillsborough River. It's in the urban service area and the East Lake Orient Community Plan. So the future land use is R6 and R20, and then the current zoning is RS6 and PD. This was the error. The notice said PD to PD when really it's RSC6 to PD because that additional property there was added in for access purposes. For the surrounding uses, to the north and west is the Hillsborough River. To the south is single-family detached residential, which will be discussed later, and to the east is multifamily apartments and townhomes, so similar type uses. The request here is, the current approval is for 204 multifamily dwelling units apartments at a density of 11.78, and it flexes the Res 20. So that density is achieved through that flex. The proposed project today is for 164 townhomes, a use that we believe is more compatible, and then one existing single-family detached. That's all the way to the east. That is just because of the way the properties are aligned there and the access the emergency access all the way on the east. The density would be reduced to 9.3 dwelling units per acre with no flex requested. And so to summarize those, the existing approval is multifamily, 204 units at 11.8 dwelling units per acre. It has a maximum height of 55 feet. It uses a flex and has a variation to buffer. The proposal is for fee simple townhomes, a reduction to 165 units at 9.3 dwelling units per acre, a reduction in maximum height, no flex, no variations. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent and compatible. And the community plan provides for diversified housing and policies to protect wetlands. And by eliminating the flex approval, that makes it more compatible as well. So just summarizing some of those provisions. For compatibility, development services noted no compatibility issues because the uses are similar enough, but development services did not support the application due to access issues, and their lack of support was limited to those access issues. And so again, we have compatibility here, even though we don't have staff support for the application. The discrepancy that staff noted, or I shouldn't say discrepancy, the place where we differ with staff is that the new development proposes a primary access off of Porpoise Drive, which is to the south, which would remove a single-family detached home and place the access there instead of using the access through a long, narrow access. It's basically used to be a flag lot, right? And so the flagpole there is a very long access that is not wide enough for proper access. It would require variations for its width. And so what's proposed is a 28-foot wide driveway with a gate that's set back well far from Porpoise Drive, 150 feet, with landscape buffers. And we think that this is more compatible because this is an image of what the current approval taking access looks like. And so you only have a 19-foot width, and it's over 1,500 feet in length with no landscape buffer. And so it's a very challenging access to design. Right, and so the buffer and right-of-way would be right up against the fence there, and also the pedestrian access that would have to go there would be very, very narrow and against the drive there.
So just to clarify,
Yeah.
that actual the 1,500-foot driveway is it only 19 feet wide physically, or is that the width of the roadway that would be in there, plus there's some extra area that would be, in other words, how wide is that actual property, that 1,500 foot?
The drive aisle is only 19 feet.
Right, okay.
And because it's only 19 feet, it doesn't allow for your normal typical standard. And you can't have, sorry, I saw you on the screen. I thought
That's
you were
okay.
virtual. Elise Batzel for the record, Stearns Weaver Miller. And so on one side of that roadway, the actual road itself would be right up against the fence with no ability for pedestrians or bicycles or anything else.
And so the entrance that it's proposed here is going to be where that single-family home is currently. That's going to go away, and it's going to have a big, wide access there.
Correct. It'll have much wider access. It'll have appropriate sidewalks. It'll have development standard buffering along the side and be much more visually appealing.
Is that property all the way to the east, is that going to be part of this development at all, or was it just acquired for
The property all the way to the east?
all the way to the east at the end of that 1,500-foot drive?
So originally, when the last developer was going to develop this property, that was the only access point. Our client met with staff early in the process, and the transportation staff said, hey, we would prefer you to access down on Porpoise, not over on Kirby. And so we went out and acquired pieces of property in order to do that. So that little piece, that single-family home that was part of the development, will not be part of the development this round. But again, that area that's the access drive will be for emergency access only.
Okay, and so that home, is there a home there at
I
the end?
believe there's a home.
And
today.
it'll stay? Okay, okay. And Ms. Batzel, did you state your address for the?
I probably did not.
Okay.
Sorry. 401 East Jackson Street, Suite 2100, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, why don't you just keep going with it? 'Cause,
Sure, sure. Let's see where we are.
where we're David.
We want to talk just a little bit about our professional planner, David Smith. He did prepare a consistency and compatibility report, which we'd like to submit into the record. I think that he did find in his professional opinion that the project is consistent with a comprehensive plan and compatible with the surrounding areas. Sorry, Kevin's got my slide. There is a letter that was submitted into the record from Steve Beachy that also reiterates that same planning opinion. Our professional transportation engineer is Steve Henry. And if you have transportation questions or questions about how the road is aligned, we'd be happy to report on those to you. Yeah. This is probably one of the most important slides, and I want to talk a little bit about development services objection. Words are really important in this particular scenario. Development services concluded that based upon the above consideration, staff finds the proposed development's access to Porpoise Drive would adversely impact the functional and visual character of the neighborhood and would be incompatible with the development pattern in the area. So, functional character, I believe that this means they're objecting to the trips from the project going on to Porpoise Drive. But of course, we have in your record a transportation analysis that said there's adequate capacity on Porpoise Drive for those trips. The visual character, staff indicates that by removing one single-family lot and replacing it with access to a townhome project, we're adversely affecting the visual character of the entire neighborhood. We strongly disagree. If you look at the actual whole neighborhood, it goes all the way down with about 200 homes in it. And we're talking about one street and one home. Can you, oh, sure. Thanks, Kevin. So I said 200, it's over 900 homes.
There's two slides too.
Yeah. Approximately 550 single-family homes. There's actually over 160 condominiums already in this neighborhood, and just under 200 villas and townhomes. Yeah, this is just a closer-in view. You'll notice that that northern portion of the neighborhood has two connections to 50th Street, Porpoise and Dolphin. So you already have this pattern established from condominiums taking access through the same residential neighborhood. From a big picture perspective, I always kind of like to use the scales because to me, I look at what are all the things in the staff report that they say are positive and what are negative. Here we have less density. We have a reduced height from what exists today. We are eliminating the inflex entirely. We have a more compatible use, of course, townhomes as opposed to apartments next to single family. We have a more compatible scale, more compatible density, and we avoid a single access, which of course, from a public safety, health, safety, and welfare standpoint, having that extra emergency access is a public benefit. The only thing that staff objected to was that access on Porpoise. Did you talk about community involvement?
I didn't talk about community involvement.
So just really quickly, we did have a community meeting and a survey. Can you go back to that slide? We wanted to talk about transportation and access. We had 12 people that completed a survey at that neighborhood meeting, and 10 of the 12 people preferred the townhomes to access Porpoise Drive as opposed to Kirby. We submitted those surveys into the record.
I'll go back to that picture, yeah.
Yeah, just from a visual perspective, and we'll turn this in for you. So all of the properties in green supported the access on Porpoise Drive. There were two north of the access drive on Kirby that did not support that. Are they down here?
Yeah.
It's hard to see what.
So Porpoise is here.
Yeah. So only 2 out of the 12. So we believe that the applicant has demonstrated by competent substantial evidence that the proposed project is consistent with a comprehensive plan, it's compatible with the surrounding uses, and we have met the procedural requirements of the Land Development Code. Thank you very much. We'll reserve any potential time for rebuttal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Sam Ball with Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 17.74 acres from planned development in RSC 6 to planned development to allow the development of 180 fee simple attached single-family platted dwellings, and for one single-family dwelling to remain, and to in accordance with RSC 6 standards. The application also includes the removing the approved flex from the Res 20. The property is located approximately half a mile north of Sly Avenue, half a mile west of 56th Street, and is within the East Lake Orient Park community. Is developed for multifamily and single-family detached use with densities varying from 4 to 20 units per acre. The Hillsborough County River runs along the north boundary, and the property abuts the city of Tampa to the west and to the north. The adjoining properties to the east are developed for multifamily use, and the properties to the south are developed for detached single-family use. The maximum density to the south is 6 dwellings per acre. The maximum density to the east is 20. If the proposed application is approved, the total number of allowable units would be decreased from 206 to 181. For an overall density of 10.2 dwellings per acre. The development would be restricted to 180 townhomes and the single-family residences to remain.
Can I stop you just a second?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe I just misheard you.
Oh.
But the proposal is, I think, 165 townhomes. Is that correct?
It's 180 townhomes, and then there would be one single-family home that's to remain.
Okay, I'll have the applicant address that at rebuttal, but so that's an outstanding question. I think it was 165, but please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. If this development were to use the existing approved access from the current PD, staff finds the proposed townhome use would be compatible with the existing development and zoning pattern in the area. This approved access point is located to the north of the adjacent single-family subdivision and was the subject of previous litigation, which determined it to be sufficient. However, the proposed development would include the replacement of a single-family residence on Porpoise Drive with a non-emergency access point to serve the proposed 180-dwelling townhome development. The private access to Porpoise is proposed in a location not originally contemplated when the subdivision was developed and would replace an existing single-family home of a mid-block location within the subdivision with access road serving the 180-unit development. The proposed access would reroute all the traffic for the project through the existing single-family neighborhood. Staff finds this proposed development configuration would have an adverse impact on the neighborhood by significantly changing the character of this established single-family neighborhood that was developed in 1970. This configuration would significantly alter the visual continuity of the long-established single-family neighborhood by converting an existing platted residential lot and home with other existing homes on both sides into an access drive for the proposed development. Based on these considerations, staff finds the proposed development's access on Porpoise Drive would adversely impact the functional and visual character of the neighborhood and would be incompatible with the development pattern, and finds the application insupportable. That concludes my presentation. For any questions?
That's fine. No questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission?
Willowmickey Planning Commission staff. The site is located in the Residential 6 and Residential 20 future land use category. The site is in the urban service area and is within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The subject site is currently vacant and is adjacent to existing multifamily on the east and west sides. The surrounding uses are primarily single-family residential to the south, north, and west. A high-density multifamily residential use will provide for an urban-level intensity of housing types in an area that already has some multifamily development. The proposed rezoning provides an opportunity for infill residential development that is well-placed within the county. The proposal is consistent with Objective 16 and its associated policies, as the proposed use of townhomes is similar and complementary to the surrounding single-family and multifamily uses. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan subject to the conditions set by Development Services Department.
All right, thank you very much. Development Services, anything further? I'm sorry, I skipped a very important part of the procedure. All right, is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, I do not hear anyone. Is there anyone here or online who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? All right, I see two people. If you would please come forward and, yes, please come forward to the microphone. First, state your name and address. Speak into the microphone so you can be heard. And let me just make sure there are only two so we can divide the time correctly. Is there anyone else, just two speakers? Is there anyone online? Okay. All right. So you have 15 minutes between the two of you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, if I go first? My name is Watts Humphrey. I'm a resident and owner on Porpoise Drive. And there's been some new information that I've heard in the presentation.
Your address as well, please.
4306 Porpoise Drive. I was going to come and give it to you afterwards, but okay. And the first piece of information was, I guess, on the presentation, they'd crossed out 180 and put in 165 in terms of the number of new units. The current record available on the county website has 180 units. So it appears as if the application currently under consideration is for 180 units, regardless of what they've crossed out on the piece of paper. My issue is with the access. The other piece of new information was I didn't realize there'd been a discussion of using Kirby as the existing Kirby Street as access for the property. And it sounded as if I'd assumed that was not possible because you can't establish a 50-foot right-of-way. But from the conversation, it sounded as if the county was entertaining allowing them to use Kirby. And if that's the case, I would strongly urge the development be pushed in that direction. And the reason is because where I don't have an issue with the use, I do have an issue with the traffic increased on Porpoise Drive. Porpoise Drive currently has a total of under 70 residences that have road access on Porpoise Drive. And Porpoise Drive runs about 0.6 of a mile from, I think it's 50th Street all the way down to Dolphin. Currently, the biggest problem on Porpoise Drive for traffic is the property they refer to as a multi-unit, multifamily dwelling to the west is actually on the river. And that is, I believe, nominally a condominium, but a large percentage of the properties in there are rented. So we get transient renters that come streaming down Porpoise Drive at 40, 45 miles an hour. It's quite dangerous. The other, Dolphin now has speed bumps, I think because of that specific problem. So I was otherwise, before I heard of this proposal, going to come to somebody in the county and say, let's put speed bumps on Porpoise Drive to slow these people down. What they're proposing, at least in the record, is currently you've got fewer than 70 houses with motor access on Porpoise Drive. They're going to increase the number of residences that have to use Porpoise Drive for road access from 70 to 250. And they're funneling the additional 180 residential accesses through a small choke point somewhere in the middle of Porpoise Drive. Currently, the under 70 residences that are accessed by Porpoise Drive, it's 0.6 of a mile long. You can access it from the east and the south from multiple directions. There's 8 cross streets that hit Porpoise Drive. So currently, you've got people coming from multiple different directions to the various sections of Porpoise. What they're proposing is going to basically funnel in addition to the currently 70 that are spread around the way they access Porpoise Drive, they're going to funnel it to a single choke point. So I object to that quite strenuously. And the reason I purchased the property there 2 years ago is because, and it's a unique area because of the river. So there's no through streets, it's quiet, there's not a lot of traffic except for the transients at the rentals. And I think having this kind of traffic on Porpoise Drive is going to increase the disruption, the noise, and the danger on the street itself substantially, and will have a severe negative impact on the property values. So I object in the strongest terms to this. If it's possible, I mean, if you're looking for, the issue of compatible land use is entirely separate. I think what would make most sense from compatibility, and in terms of supporting a proposal for that property that was to be accessed via this route on Porpoise Drive, the only thing I would support would be basically single-family homes with 2 units or less per acre for a maximum of 35 total units. And even that is going to add substantially to the traffic load on Porpoise Drive through a choke point. What would make the most sense from a development point of view, I understand from a business point of view, it may be difficult if not impossible to do, is to come to an arrangement with the adjacent multifamily property to the east, which is a condominium, and they have a relatively short drive access from the end of Puritan, and there is a direct, and so it's maybe a few hundred feet from their gate to the edge of the property. So to me, I mean, obviously they'd have to negotiate with multiple owners to get that done. So I would encourage you all to either force them to revisit use of Kirby, if that's legally allowable, or to not allow such a large increase in the number of units to be using us and overloading Porpoise Drive.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Kilker, and I live at 7025 Doreen Street. I'm against this development because of the development of the emergency road, which meets no county code whatsoever, and was only approved via lawsuit. This property has been coming before this zoning hearing since Jim Norman was the county commissioner. So that's how long this property has been, they're trying to develop this property. But I'm totally against that emergency road, and my solution is don't develop it if it's only going to be used in the case of an emergency. What constitutes an emergency? Who's going to have the access? Who's going to open this gate and close this gate? Who's going to let them? Who's going to decide what's an emergency and when to use this road? My guess is if they build this road, it's going to be used, and it's going to be part of the standard access to this property all the time. So then, if that's the case, you're going to have people on Porpoise Avenue having a bunch of traffic going in front of their houses, and they're also going to have traffic going behind their houses. So I suggest to the county the emergency access road, 1,500 feet of just impossible to navigate for emergency vehicles and things like that. Just don't develop it if they're only going to use it in case of emergencies, because who's going to open the gate? Who's going to close the gate? You know it's going to be used all the time. So I'm against this development just because of the development of the emergency road. Also, it's incompatible with the neighborhood. It really, has no compatibility. All the previous examples of compatibility were approved during the 80s by that county commission, so you know what happened back then. And that's pretty much all I have to say on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Development Services, anything further?
No, ma'am, only that I checked the record, and we also have the same number of proposed units, the 181, so the applicant can speak to that during their rebuttal.
Okay. I might ask Development Services, did transportation have any objections or comments about the access situation?
Transportation did provide comments to the review, and they're available online for any questions that you have of them. The transportation reviewer is Richard Perez.
All right. Mr. Perez, if you're online, would you please speak to the transportation review staff's comments? I recall I heard this case before, but I did not review the Transportation Division's comments again for today. So if you would just please speak to that. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Zoning Hearing Master. This is Richard Perez for the record. Transportation Review Section did review this PD for access to Porpoise Drive as proposed by the application. We did find this supportable with conditions of approval. We evaluate the design construction standards to protect public health and safety, welfare, and maintain smooth and efficient traffic. The roadway is accessing a local road. The emergency access that I heard referred to would access 50th Street. That would be a gated emergency access, and access would only be able to be provided by county emergency agencies in the event of an emergency.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I needed from the Transportation Division. One more question for Development Services, though. Does it show 180 units on the most recent site plan that was submitted?
181, including the existing single-family home.
Okay. All right, thank you. Then we'll hear from the applicant. And Ms. Batzel, I know you're going to address how many units and when that information was submitted in the record. Also, if you would, again, please, especially for the public speakers, describe the current approval, what could go forward as currently approved, the zoning.
Yes, of course. I was going to draw my attention to that. So what is currently approved today under the current zoning is 204 multifamily dwellings. Those would be 204 apartments. That's a density of 11.78 units per acre. There is a flex of the Res 20 that was also approved as part of that application. And that project, the only access point for that project was Kirby Road. So to the second speaker's point, and for his benefit, every single one of those trips under the existing approval would go out Kirby Road onto 50th Street today as approved. We're eliminating that as the primary access and putting that access on Porpoise Drive. We are building the proposal has been since the original hearing, 164 townhomes and 1 single-family home for a total density of 165 units. That's a density of 9.3 dwelling units per acre.
And when was that information, I guess, submitted to the record? Was there a change?
There was a change at the original hearing that was submitted to staff. I don't think their staff report got updated. But there were discussions with staff prior even to that first hearing, and they asked that we, bring that up.
Okay. And that is in the conditions of approval?
It is in the conditions of approval, yes.
All right, thank you.
I just asked Steve Henry to come up and address some of the transportation comments from the first speaker.
Good evening. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. So a couple of the comments. One was the Kirby Street access. When we originally worked with the county staff on this, we looked at both Kirby Street and then also Porpoise. But it was the county staff's position that Porpoise was the more appropriate location given the size of Porpoise as opposed to Kirby, which is significantly substandard. So the idea was to be able to access a local road, a residential road with a residential development as opposed to Kirby Street, which is substandard. In addition to that, we did look at the capacity and the impact on Porpoise, and with this project, it would still have plenty of capacity and be well below the capacity of that roadway.
So just to clarify then, with this approval, putting this additional traffic, these 165 units potentially on Porpoise, that road, Porpoise, would still function at the level of service?
Correct. It would still function as a local road. There are certain criteria in the code as far as the level of volume for a local road versus a collector.
Okay.
And this would have about, even with us, would be about 34% of the capacity it would need for a collector road. So it's well below the capacity of it from that standpoint.
I see. So it wouldn't change the classification of the roadway, and is it your opinion then there is, I guess, adequate capacity on that roadway?
Correct. Correct. It would not change the characteristic to the road. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate what was said at the first hearing, Shada from Transportation Department did provide an email, which is part of the record, that says that transportation staff prefers Porpoise Drive over Kirby. In fact, because this is going to be a townhome development, if we did not have access on Porpoise Drive, there would be issues with the existing, with staff supporting access to Kirby Drive, because it would not be one commercial plot. It would be platted townhomes, which raises a whole other slew of issues. Do you have any further questions?
No, I think you've addressed everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
All right. So this will close the hearing on rezoning PD 24-1231.
Mr. Henry? All right, I'll take back over the reins here, and Ms. Heinrich, we're ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item C1, standard rezoning 25-0123. The applicant is requesting rezoning from property zone AR to RC9 with restrictions. Logan McCaig with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Hello.
This right here?
Yeah.
I got it. Well, I got you.
Thank you.
You guys, your name and address for the record, please.
Hamza Boludan, 1145 35th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
You're welcome. I'm here today to discuss the proposed rezoning of the property located at 408 North Taylor Road, Safener, which is located south of Hillsborough Avenue between North Taylor Road and Pine Street. So the lot on the northeast side is roughly about a little over 38,000 square feet. The adjacent lot to it is a little over 5 acres, bringing the total areas to 6.46 acres. Currently, the property is a home to a vacant single family that's approximately about 2,900 square feet, along with a detached garage, a barn structure, and then there's a large asphalt driveway covering roughly about 10,000 square feet of an area. The surrounding area consists primarily of residential properties with mostly ranch-style homes and small to mid-sized subdivisions. Currently, the property is zoned agriculture, residential, which allows for a density of 1 unit per 5 acres. Under this zoning, the property will allow us for a maximum of just one unit. So we are proposing to rezone the property to RCS 9, which allows a density of 3.4 units per acre. So that will potentially bring it up to 22 units total. To support this rezoning, we're proposing the following development standards. We're putting a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet with a minimum lot width of 50 feet. The setback buffering and screening, we're putting 50-foot front setback, 5-foot side setbacks, and then 20-foot rear setback. It is also important to note that the proposed subdivision is located outside of the flood zone and will be designed to blend in with the surrounding neighborhood. I think I had a picture of the surrounding. Yeah, this is some of the surrounding subdivision, the Vineyard Reserve, which is, I think, just about a mile away from the property. And here it shows all the PD rezoning and pretty much already developed around the property. We believe this rezoning represents great opportunity for the community growth, offering a chance for families to settle and grow in an excellent neighborhood. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the proposal and found it to be consistent with the local planning standards. We are pretty much now seeking support from both the committee members and the public. And we're here to answer any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much for your testimony. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Will do.
Development Services.
Trying to get this out. Sorry. Here we go. Got it. I don't know why it's still on the screen, no?
Good evening.
Good evening. Logan McCaig, Development Services, rezoning 250123. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from property from AR to RSC 9 with restrictions of developing no more than 22 single-family homes on the property. The site is located about 1,000 feet south of West US 92 along North Taylor Road. It is surrounded by a mix of agricultural and residential uses. While immediately abutting this site to the east, south, and west are agricultural zone properties. Within a mile of the site exist several other residential neighborhood developments with comparable development standards. property totaling 6.46 acres is within an area of single-family zoning at density varying between 1 unit per 5 acres and 4 units per acre. The general area has been developed under the RSC 9 or comparable development standards while maintaining a 4 unit per acre density. As seen in the immediate northern parcel, RSC 9 under rezoning 060913, southwest of the subject site under PD 180544, and east of the subject site under RSC 9 18033, RSC 9 150515, and PD 00-0735. Staff recommends approval of the subject to the proposed restrictions that there should be limited to 22 single-family homes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Willowmickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 4 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Seffner Mango Community Plan. The proposal meets the compatibility requirements of Policy 1.4 as the character of the area contains a wide variety of uses. The subject currently has residential land use. Additional residential uses exist north, west, east, and south of the subject site. The proposed 22 single-family homes is consistent with Objective 8 as the density is consistent with the residential 4 category. It also meets the intent of Objective 16 as the proposed rezoning would reflect a development pattern that is consistent with the character pattern of the surrounding area, which is comprised of several residential units. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition that would like to speak? How many do we have? I see 2 hands. Let me just double check there's no one online. I don't think so. Okay, so we'll do, you both want to come forward. We'll do 7.5 minutes apiece. Make it fair. You can give us your name and address, please.
Steve Jakes. Address is 403 North Taylor Road. I apologize for my voice. I'm quite ill.
No problem.
All right. I have lived in that house across from 408 for my entire life. My parents moved there in 37, built the place up. They grew as the family grew, and we watched that area basically grow. What really concerns me is the cherry picking of the views that you can see that were brought in. And I don't have the photos to show you, but if you look at Google Maps, you can pretty much see it. Everything north and to the east of my home is starting to be very almost urbanized, okay? But if you take that camera and you move it further south, you're going to see every house just about with one house on an acre plus. This does not, and the developments that are there do not match the character of the rest of the street. I mean, y'all are concerned about the way the character is supposed to look. Please really, really look at that area. There's very, very little real Florida left, you know. I live in a swamp and I love it. All right. People should, I don't know, should build areas that are like, within the site and the scope of like areas. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm sorry, I'm not much of a public speaker.
That's all right. You're fine.
But anyway, bottom line, we just can't handle it. Also, Taylor is a very narrow road. We have old fences that would be impossible to move. I'm not sure that the easement could even expand enough, if I'm using the term right. Well, again, I don't know. But I don't know if we can expand enough area to have enough roadway to accommodate a turning lane or something like that. You know, I live on a motorcycle, for crying out loud. It's already getting more dangerous with the 2 new developments that have gone up. Add another 22 homes right across the street from me, I'm probably going to get killed. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents. I'm very, very much against it. Very much against it. I wouldn't mind 3, 4 houses over there for, you know, like neighbors. But 22? Sardines, anyone? You know what I mean?
Thank
Anyway,
you, sir.
yeah,
I appreciate
that's all.
it. If you could please sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
Jessica Roberts. I live at 508 North Taylor Road. Actually, I want to start it off with one of the slides that they actually put up. You could actually see there was a tiny itty bitty little rectangle right there from where they plan on building, and then there was another one right there. That tiny little rectangle, that is actually my home. So I would be smack dab in between two developments. Those were not there. What they want to build, and then that other development just got built within the last 2.5 years. That was not there a few years ago. So to actually back on, I apologize if I am repeating some of the things that Steve just said. I mean, we're talking about traffic. Taylor Road is extremely, extremely skinny. I mean, as of right now, we're talking, sorry, I'm gonna look down at my phone so I don't miss anything. It's a skinny 2-lane road. We do not have traffic lights at either lane. We're talking about 92 and MLK. We don't even have the traffic control for the traffic that we have, that we've gained from that new development. Now, again, you're talking about adding 22 potential new homes. How are we going to continue this traffic? As of right now, we have a stop sign that's at 92, and then we have a 4-way stop right there at Hillsborough and Taylor, and then at the end where MLK is, it's just a stop sign. How are we going to basically handle additional 22 homes of traffic? As of right now, we have, how are you going to be able to accommodate that? We already have Amazon traffic. There's a big Amazon right there. Basically, Amazon utilizes our road to get from 92 over to MLK. That's another concern. With the traffic hazards, this may not be a concern to you, but as neighbors, I've talked to other people on our street. Our mailboxes, our garbage cans are constantly being hit because of the additional traffic. No one pays attention. We are a 40-mile-an-hour traffic zone. That's absolutely insane as it is being a, quote, neighborhood that we are being called. That's already extremely high. No one follows this, so that's a concern. We have no sidewalks. We have kids of all ages, elementary to high school. We even have daycares in our area. We are surrounded by all these different schools. These kids, elementary to high school, they walk down our streets. Again, no sidewalks. Again, you're talking about allowing another 22 homes to be built. We have no sidewalks. Where are these people going to walk? Even adults who want to be able to walk their animals or just take a walk down the street to walk to their homes or walk down to the gas station, again, safety hazard. 22 homes that are being built. I didn't really hear it in their plan. If I missed it, I apologize, but drainage. If you have 22 homes being built approximately on 6 acres, where's the drainage or runoff gonna go? We already had big Hurricane Milton that came in. Flooding already happened actually on that property. Again, I live right there. I watched the flooding happen on this property. Right behind them, right on Pine Street, it flooded a bunch of those homes. So if you're gonna add 22 homes in there, your elevation is going to change. Where's that runoff gonna go? Let's go on to housing market. We're already seeing that the housing market is at a stall. Interest rates are at the highest they've been in 20 years. If the market is saturated with inventory, what's going to happen if this gets rezoned? You begin construction, you start building 22 homes. Say you get 3 built. And then what happens? Are we going to see a market crash? And then we don't want to sit there. Like I said, I'm that tiny little rectangle. I'm sure probably Steve would agree with me, other neighbors would agree. We don't want to live next to a construction zone. I don't think any of us would. So again, appreciate the time, but these are the concerns that I personally have, especially being, again, that tiny little rectangle sitting here thinking about none of these homes were there when I moved in, and I'm with Steve. They're sitting here talking about we're going to meet the aesthetics of the neighborhood. No, you're not. All of us live on more acres than they're going to give these each individual homes. You are looking at about an acre per home. They aren't going to supply an acre per home within this development. So appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. I want to make sure we've got everyone. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition to this request? All right, seeing no one. Development services. Development services. Any other comments from you? And probably would like to talk to the transportation section.
No other comments from zoning, but transportation staff is available for any questions.
Okay. Is that Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi.
Ms. Rose, you heard the concerns expressed by the neighbors regarding access and the road condition. Can you provide me any additional information as to the position that the transportation section has taken regarding no objection to this request?
Yes, of course. Again, good evening all. I am the transportation member of staff that reviewed this matter. Transportation has identified North Taylor Road as substandard. However, as this matter is what we refer to as a standard rezoning, specific such concerning roadway improvements or possible required sidewalks will be identified and studied at the time of site construction and not concurrent with this zoning. Staff has identified possible spacing concerns, which is addressed in both transportation staff's report as well as the restriction that the applicant has agreed to, limiting the number of access points to North Taylor Road to a single point of access between the two parcels, which will be constructed and designed as a shared access facility. So that will be labeled to one access to address that concern. But as previously stated, all roadway improvements and sidewalks that might be required will be identified and studied at the time of site construction.
So just to be clear for the neighbors, if this were to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners, they will be required to, the developer would be required to submit detailed site plans for review, and transportation as well as other agencies, including drainage, they would have to comply with the county's requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. And Ms. Heinrich, just for the record, drainage is included in that detailed review?
Correct. That is reviewed at the time of plating. At this stage, we're looking at the use.
Understood. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'll go back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal, if you'd like it.
Is there any way I can use that? Sorry.
It's okay.
So let's see here. So regarding the drainage, we did complete like a conceptual site plan, and we are showing 2 retention ponds, one on the north and one on the south, that will pretty much retain all of the runoff and stormwater. And regarding the sidewalk, we also are showing sidewalk. It's kind of hard to see on this image here, but sidewalk will be along the property line here, running north to south. And as far as the traffic impact, we believe 22 units would have such a huge traffic impact on the road, and that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so much. I have no further questions.
Thank
you.
you.
With that, we'll close rezoning 25-0123 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C2, standard rezoning 25-0335. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RDC 12 to CG. And Michelle Montalbano would present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This is a standard 25-0335, rezoning from RDC 12 to CG, 0.46 acres in the Sefner Mango area, as indicated on the location map. Located on MLK Boulevard, east of I-75. Site is located here per the property appraiser. And around the immediate vicinity, you'll see there's a strip center smoke shop on the other side of the roadway. Our CG is abutting us on the east. Cross street is a car wash. One is an automatic car wash, one is a hand car wash, and then a line of restaurants, Amscott and other restaurants along MLK. This would be the strip center gas station, which is located across the street. My understanding is the gas station is no longer there. It acts as a smoke shop of some sort. Across the street is the car wash. This is the hand car wash on the other side of MLK. Next door to the site is an almost vacant property. It has one small structure on it. Property appraiser has it at 408 square feet. We don't see a lot of activity there. But MLK, which the site is located on, is a major arterial 6-lane divided roadway, carries anywhere from 32 to 38,000 vehicles per day directly across MLK at the site. It's also a state principal arterial roadway and is also indicated on the Hillsborough County Commissioner's Truck Route Plan. One of the comp plans that we think that applies to itself is that policy 2.1.6 to offer incentives for higher land use densities and intensities along transit emphasis local service corridors. Under the future land use map, it is R9, which includes urban commercial offices, mixed use development. And looking at the zoning map, as the zoning staff indicates, the roadway is turning into a more intensive roadway. As you see, there's CGs and CNs along this area. When you pull back, you see again there's very intensive CG and CN and PDs, which account for a majority of the roadway uses. Now, Development Services makes some really important determinations here and directions. They note the majority of the other properties along MLK to the east of the subject site are zone PD and commercial uses, or CG or CN. It consists of shopping centers, car wash facilities, convenience stores. They also note overall that East MLK is transitioning into a commercial corridor, which is what we feel as well, as you can see from the mapping. They also note that across from the site is a single-family residential subdivision zoned RC6, but the homes face interior to the subdivision away from East MLK and the zoning site. The properties to the south and west are divided by local roads owned by the nearby church, which is the Bay Area Church of Christ. When you look at the Sefner Mango Community Plan, there are some very strong directives. One of the goals is that commercial development should be directed to US 19 and MLK. One of the strategies is to recognize the commercial character of MLK and US 92 and support infill development and redevelopment within the urban service area while providing compatibility with existing uses. So with that, there were 19 persons who were noticed and 3 HOAs. When I looked at the record just a few minutes ago, there was one letter that in Spanish was asking for more information, so we haven't heard or seen from anyone with any opposition. Happy to answer the questions you might have.
Just, I understand this is a Euclidean request, but do you have an identified use of the property?
Not a specific identified use, no.
All right, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Michelle Maltamela, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RDC 12 to CG. The site is a 0.46 acre property in the Sefner Mango area fronting along MLK Boulevard, a 6-lane principal arterial, and 2 local roads, Thomas Street and Orange Street. MLK Boulevard is transitioning to a commercial corridor. The majority of the other properties along East MLK Junior Boulevard between Lakewood Drive to the west and East Broadway Street to the east of the subject property are zoned PD for commercial uses, CN or CG, and consist of shopping centers, car wash facilities, and convenience stores with gas pumps. Due to these considerations, staff finds the proposed CG district compatible with the existing development pattern and zoning districts in the area. If you have any questions, let me know.
No questions. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 9 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The proposal does not meet the intent of future land use section objective 4.4 and policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mixed uses: public, quasi-public institution, light commercial, vacant, single-family, and multifamily uses are in the immediate area. The proposed rezoning does not align with the character of the surrounding area and presents compatibility concerns given the nature of the area. According to Future Land Use Section Policy 4.7.4, when planning the location of new non-residential developments at intersections meeting locational criteria, a transition in intensity of non-residential uses shall be established which is compatible with the surrounding character. The transition to commercial general would cause development that is not compatible with the surrounding area and would be inconsistent with the aforementioned policy direction. The subject site also does not meet commercial locational criteria as established in Future Land Use Section Objective 4.7. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
All right, thank you. And because the Planning Commission is recommending, it found it to be inconsistent, I just have a couple of quick questions based on the report that was filed. First, what is the qualifying intersection for locational criteria? Where was that measured from? I see in the report it says the site doesn't meet it by 60 feet. What actually is the qualifying intersection?
In just one moment, I'll look it up.
No
and let
problem.
you know. I believe that the intersection is Lakewood Drive and 574.
Lakewood Drive. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And then my last question to you is, you heard there's a statement in the summary of the finding of inconsistency from the Planning Commission that says overall staff finds that the proposed use is not an allowable use in the Res 9 category. And you heard my question to Mr. Pressman that this is a Euclidean district and they're not asking for a specific use. Do you think that's an error, or do you think that the report was based on some particular use?
I think that it is based on just commercial general uses in general.
All of the uses?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Next, we'll go to proponents. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of this application? All right. Seeing none. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right. One person, if you can come forward. While he's coming forward, is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition, either in the room or online? All right.
Sorry to interrupt, but that was actually a report error.
Oh.
I got confirmation that it is
So
actually a report
that
error.
sentence is an error. All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. All right. So how many people total do we have to speak? Two? Two. Where is the other person? If you could come forward, please. I appreciate it. Sir, if you'd like to start, we have 15 minutes total. With two of you, that would be 7.5 minutes apiece. Allison, if you could give me 7.5 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your name and address.
Yes. My name is David Vaughn. I live at 4015 West Tacon Street, 33629. I'm here, though, as a member of the adjacent church. And our concerns are really centered around the fact that we don't know what is going to go there. As we look at the pretty steady erosion of that corridor into commercial, we see on the other side of Hewitt, there's other commercial with similar owners. And on that site, close to a school, you've got a smoke shop. You've got things that don't appear to be appropriate adjacent to a church. The property that we own across the streets to the south and the west, we use at times for exterior activities that involve children as well as adults. And we would have a lot more comfort if we knew what was going to go there. Certainly something, there are things in commercial general that would be acceptable, but it's a pretty small lot. It's less than half an acre. And so I understand at one point Burger King looked at going on that corner, which I don't think we would have an objection to. They wound up going down to Lakewood on a much bigger piece of property. So if there were some sort of assurances that we weren't going to see a smoke shop, a vape shop, things that are really inappropriate, not only adjacent to us, but there's a school on the other side of the street as well. They might be just outside the 500 feet limit, but it's still, it's close and not appropriate. And so with that, I would, absent any statement or assurances by the owner that we would get something that would be a good neighbor to us, we would oppose this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir, for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. Next, please. Good evening.
My name is Grace McComas. I live at 805 Old Darby Street, and again, I am opposed to rezoning a half an acre property to a higher intensity than is conceivable on that piece of property. And like this gentleman, if it was a Chick-fil-A, I'd vote for it. But I think we should know before you just give a higher density to a property and not have any idea what's going to go in there isn't fair to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming down. All right, seeing no one else? Oh, one more? Okay. We have time. Is this the last person? No one else wants to speak in opposition? Just to check. Okay, go ahead and give us your name and address.
Wasn't sworn in, ma'am.
All right. If there's anyone in the audience that prepared to speak on this case or any case on the rest of the agenda and you have not been sworn in, please stand and raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Miles, 412 Vinekeeper Court. I do attend this church, and I just wanted to also please implore if there is any way to try to get some type of information, because they do a lot of functions outside that are church related, and with the schools nearby. The one area where the smoke shop is at, sometimes they have like circuses or just small little venues, and we just want to keep it safe for the kids and the families. So that was all I wanted to say, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could sign in. All right, we'll go back to Development Services. Anything else you want to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
I would just say that the zoning or development services department makes some very good insights and some good points. I have been told by the applicant, and I think it just needs to be on the record, just to state the fact, the applicant has made me aware, I'm not personally aware, that the church also tried or attempted to purchase the property, was unsuccessful. So I don't know what transpired with that, but I think it's important, at least part of the mix, is that the one gentleman spoke, as I understood, on behalf of the church, was that they had a desire for the property as well, but that was unsuccessful. And as well, I think it's important to note that the 60 feet short of the commercial location criteria is a very small amount. And when you look at the balancing information of the corridor, the changes on the corridor, the immediate zoning in the area, that we feel that it outweighs and supports the request before you. So with that, we appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you
so much. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0335 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C3, standard rezoning 25-0372. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC 6 with restrictions to RSC 6 with restrictions, also in the show business overlays, which is abbreviated as SBO on your agenda. And Michelle Montalbano will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Zoning Hearing Master. My name is Tu Mai. Office address is 14031 North Delmaybe Highway, Tampa, Florida 33618. I'm here representing the applicant. The subject site is 28.72 acres and is located on the southeast corner of Nundy Avenue and Roosevelt Street intersection in Gibsonton. The subject site is currently zoned RSC 6 restricted with the future land use designation of Res 6. The applicant is requesting to add the show business overlay to the property's existing RSC 6 zoning district to accommodate the special show business activities and allow for the open storage of show business sets, signs, equipment, and vehicles. The subject site is in the urban service area within the Gibsonton Community Plan. The site is in the coastal high hazard area adopted by the Planning Commission on December 1st, 2021, which limits the single-family development to 10 lots and is not suitable for the group living facilities. We received no objections from the review agencies or surrounding neighbors. We concur with staff's finding, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Malsamano, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to add the show business overlay to the property's existing RSC 6 zoning designation. The show business overlay will allow the repair, construction, and open storage of show business sets, signs, equipment, and vehicles. The rezoning will carry over the existing rezoning restriction, which limits single-family development in the coastal high-hazard area to 10 lots unless within a planned development district. The applicant has also agreed to prohibit the show business group housing use, otherwise permitted by the overlay. The approximate 28.72-acre property is located in the Gibsonton area. The property is eligible to request a rezoning to the show business overlay due to the concentration of properties in the area permitting show business uses, either by an existing RSP zoning designation or by the show business overlay. The property is contiguous to the side and or rear yard of two parcels to the north, zoned ASC1 with the show business overlay or RSB, which appear to currently be used for show business related open storage and repair. Therefore, adding the show business overlay to the subject parcel would be a continuation of the existing zoning pattern. Staff finds the rezoning request approvable. I'm available if you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Residential 6 Future Land Use category, is in the urban service area, and within the limits of the Gibsonton and South Shore area-wide system community plans. The site currently does not have any developments and has agricultural uses. There are single-family residential uses to the east, north, and west of the site. There's also a mobile home park existing to use to the east and some light industrial uses to the north and west. The proposal for a rezoning from RSC 6 to RSC 6 with show business overlay meets the intent of Objective 1.1. The proposal meets Policy 4.3.7 as the subject site is in the coastal high hazard area and therefore limited to a maximum of 10 lots. It also meets the intent of Objective 4.4 with compatibility to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed request will complement the area as well as the surrounding neighborhoods to the east, north, and west. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff find the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan subject to restrictions proposed by Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one? All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Mai, anything? Okay. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0372 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C4, standard rezoning 25-0392. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from BPO to RMC9. Logan McCaig with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. This is RZ Standard 250392, 1.02 acres in Greater Palm River, rezoning from RMC9 to BPO, to RMC9. We're located on William Street, which is south of State Road 60, on Maydell Drive. As the property appraiser has it, it's a vacant parcel currently. And it is surrounded primarily by RDC 12. There is some BPO in the front and CN to the south. The entire area is R9. I will tell you, hearing officer, that Zoning Department, Planning Commission both recommend support. The site is located here on Maydell Drive. Across the street is multifamily, and south of Budding, this is misnamed. This is the north of Budding, and this is the south of Budding, which is a small private school. To the rear is a duplex and multifamily, as you can see here. Transportation Department shows a reduction of annual trips of 576 daily trips, and AM peak reduction of 18 and 58 PM trips negative as well. So with what we find is multifamily immediate area. We did notice about 21 persons and no HOAs. I didn't see anything record of anyone in opposition. With the results of staff review, we feel that we're very compatible and ask your consideration and support.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Development Services.
Evening. Logan McCaig, Development Services, rezoning 250392. Applicant is requesting to rezone the property from to RMC9 from BPO. The site exists approximately 1,600 feet south of the Palm River, approximately 300 feet north of Palm River Road, along Maydell Drive. The immediate area consists of a mix of light commercial, office, and duplex zoning in the form of RDC 12. Much of the residential duplex zoning is utilized in a single-family fashion. Further from the site exists both ASC 1 and RSC 6 single-family zoning. While the site exists in an area containing lower density commercial and lower density residential than permitted by the zone, contains lower intensity commercial and residential than permitted by the zoning, higher density is already permitted. The proposed RMC9 permits a lower density than permitted around the site, which is zoned RDC 12, allowing a density suitable for the surrounding area. The RMC9 will allow multifamily, 3 or more attached units, rather than two-family housing of the RDC 12. Both RDC 12 and RMC9 have the same setbacks, have the same maximum building height restrictions. Additionally, the project will be required to comply with the RMC9 setbacks. Finally, the proposed rezoning is in line with the R9 FLU for the area, providing ideal transition between the existing uses and the FLU. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you so much. No questions. Thank you. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 9 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and is within the limits of the Greater Palm River Community Plan. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the existing residential character and density of the area. The proposal meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies in the future land use section under Objective 4.4 that require new development to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The Greater Palm River Community Plan seeks to ensure a sense of place. Neighborhood nodes shall be developed with uses that do not exceed neighborhood commercial scale locational criteria applications. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of this policy direction. The proposal is consistent with the future land use section Objective 3.2, Policy 3.2.4, and the livable communities element. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? How many? 2? All right. Anybody online? Not seeing anyone. Okay. Sir, if you want to come forward. With 2 15 minutes, that's Allison, if you give them 7.5 minutes apiece. And give us your name and address, please.
My name is David Moore, and I live at 601 Windham Street, which is directly behind the proposed development. I do not live in a duplex. I live in a single-family home on 3/4 of an acre. So that's an erroneous, a false statement that Mr. Pressman made. Okay, I'm going to start off with talking about the Palm River Community Economic Development Plan. This was put together by our Community Development Corporation and the Planning Commission about the year 2000. We're going to show a video. We got a video going of flooding in our neighborhood. Specifically in this plan, I want to talk about the plan takes an extensive look at flooding. The second land use issue relates to the prevalence and general compatibility of dense future and use residential 9 and 6 categories. The area has traditionally developed at a much lower density. Consequently, 9 to 6 units per acre would not be compatible with the existing residential densities. There's also concern expressed about the ability of local governments to provide the infrastructure needed to support 9 or 6 units per acre. I'd like to state that we had flooding during Helene, extensive flooding in our neighborhood. This is after a storm, tremendous amounts of water, tremendous amounts of moving water. And the next, we have a slideshow of flooding in the neighborhoods. So in the interest of brevity, I think we have 48 photos. Do we need to show all 48 photos?
You can show whatever you'd like, but you do have a maximum of 15 minutes. If you submit them into the record, I see them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the clarification. I'll err on the side of brevity and move on.
We appreciate it.
The greater Palm River Community Plan. Number one concern of the community is infrastructure. How interesting that the Planning Commission didn't mention the number one issue of the community. Infrastructure and utilities. We have very little of either in Palm River. Development, this is infrastructure and utilities. Development built with a higher elevation than surrounding development will be reviewed for impact on surrounding development. That is in the comprehensive plan, in our community plan. Improve drainage standards to enhance aesthetics and ensure adequate drainage prior to on-site development. So we're trying to protect homes from being flooded. Our neighborhood does not have the infrastructure or drainage for this project. The proposed development does not have compatible densities and intensities with our neighborhood. The property abutting to the east of the proposed development, 2 homes are 3/4 of an acre. 1 home on each 3/4 of an acre. The other is 1/2 an acre with 1 home. I would also like to, the next, Gregory Robinson. I spoke with Gregory Robinson. He's a stormwater engineering services, engineering associate. I was trying to get to the bottom of trying to understand how our drainage system works. Can you pop the email from him? Okay. We were talking about the Corps of Army Engineers map that he had, showing where all the drainage pipes were supposed to be. And there's one missing. So what we have in reality and what we have on paper with the Corps of Army Engineers are 2 different things. Could be a reason why our drainage system doesn't work. The Palm River was dredged about 60 years ago, and according to an elder in my community, the drainage system never worked after that. So I'm having a hard time getting to the bottom. I couldn't get anywhere with the Corps of Army Engineers. Okay, and now we're going to move on to the property as it is swampy and boggy. Go with the miller. My next item that I'd like to introduce is, what do we have on here? Oh, this is the proposed development. Notice all the trees on the property? The trees were clear cut, which leads me to, I'm sure everybody's heard about the Miller and Sons tree service. They were fined $234,427.50 for cutting down grandfather oaks at a property on Gandy. And what does that have to do with Palm River? Well, they hopped on the crosstown and drove to Palm River and dumped the trees on this lot. And we have pictures, we have slideshows to show all of this. They brought the tree debris to the Maydale property and dumped it there. We are submitting 48 pictures electronically to show the dumping of the construction debris and yard waste that has occurred over the last 5 years. Twice their trucks were stuck in the mud. It's quite comical when you look at the pictures. I'm submitting electronically an email from Krista Hall, Environmental Supervisor for Developmental Services, and she states there's no permits of any kind for this property. Okay. Okay. These are the slides from dumping. You can see construction debris, tires, railroad ties. I also have a few additional photos I'm going to submit into the record. I'm very concerned about flooding. We have incredible thunderstorms. This past summer, we had a storm. We had about 5 inches of rain in an hour. There's nowhere for the water to go. And it's pretty scary when you think that your home might be ruined, which leads to financial ruin. It's a lot to think about. I oppose this rezoning for all the reasons that I've listed. It is not compatible. What is it? Krista. Okay, it's coming up. Can we skip to that now? How many we have?
So that's 7.5 minutes. Now you have an additional 7.5, and then that's the end of your time.
I'm wrapping it up.
Okay.
We've got I'm going to share the email from Krista from Developmental Services. I appreciate the help from the staff. They've been very helpful this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
So, and this is the email that says that there's no permit on record for the property. So it's interesting that Mr. Pressman told a fib. There's not a duplex adjacent to the property. There's single-family homes on 3/4 of an acre. Anything for you to say? I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. If you could both sign in and submit whatever you'd like into the record. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
No, I just wanted to make sure with the citizens that just spoke that everything that they showed on there, they've put into the record so that it's available to you at the board meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, I don't know what the discussion was or validity of the photos in terms of what was presented. When I was at the site taking pictures, this is the one photo I took, which seemed very clear and very simple and very vacant. In terms of other activity the gentlemen were speaking about, I don't know. I haven't seen the email from the county, which I'd like to see for a moment, if I may. But I do want to note a correction. When I show this photo across the street, it appears to me as if there's 2 doors for 2 units. So, and it looks as if there's 2 walkways to the site. So I interpreted that as a duplex. If that's incorrect, then it's incorrect. But as zoning shows, surrounding the site to the north, to the northwest, to the east, and to the southeast is RDC 12, which is clearly what a lot of the homes in the area are. You have an intensity of BPO across the street. And I would like to look real quick at that email, if I may, hearing officer.
Sure.
HTV, do you still have their presentation with everything?
While we're looking for that, I'll bring up one other point, if I may. Because the gentleman, with all due respect, spoke a lot about the Greater Palm River Community Plan. But I think the Planning Commission goes into great depth about it, where they note that That plan supports well-designed compatible densities and intensities, which they found consistent, as did Development Services. Community plan also seeks to ensure a sense of place. Neighborhood nodes shall be developed with uses that do not exceed neighborhood commercial scale locational criteria applications. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of this policy direction. The proposal is consistent with those objectives and a livable community element. But I think there's another important aspect. There's a lot of policies in the comp plan that strive for a mix of type of housing units, whether they're single family, multifamily, that allow a wide variety of housing to exist, which is exactly what this use would allow. And I think a lot of the discussion from the gentleman had to do with stormwater, but the good news here is that as this is a vacant, larger site, there is no control of water or stormwater where it goes. But once developed, they will, of course, as you well know, will have to meet site concerns, retention, and go through the separate agencies so there is control of those stormwaters. So it will be a much more improved situation in regard to those circumstances. So with that, I would just like to ask if we do have that email.
They do have it pulled up now. That is the email from Krista Hall, Natural Resources.
Ms. Finch, this is what I wanted to make sure was in the record. I don't know if this was on a flash drive by the applicant or in paper.
I think, Allison, it is on the thumb drive, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is on the thumb
Great.
drive.
Thank you very much.
If I could read the bottom of that email, please. So as I see that email, this is an email from 6 years ago about concerns of large pile of fill material brought into the parcel, where Crystal Hall responds that she didn't see any permits. So I don't see how that's really valid for today's review. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0392. It's 8 o'clock, so we typically take a 5-minute break. So if you could be back at 8:05 and we'll resume the hearing. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back to the March 24th, 2025 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. Ms. Heinrich, we are ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item D1, PD 24-1139. The applicant is requesting to rezone property that is currently zoned AS C1 and CG to planned development. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation. And also just to note, this is traveling with a comprehensive plan amendment. and both the comprehensive plan amendment and this PD are scheduled to be heard at the May 8th, 2025 CPA BOCC hearing.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Rebecca Kurt with Brooks, Rocha, Colby, and Rice, 400 North Tampa Street, Suite 1910. I'm here tonight representing the property owners in this case, as well as the business, American, and Import Auto. And we have Mark Kara representing those entities with us tonight. We have Steve Henry with Transportation, Todd Amadon with Engineering, Isabel Albert with Planning, and Ken Tinkler from Carlton Fields if we need rebuttal. I do want to let you know that we had 3 community meetings in this case. The first 2, no one showed up, so I'm sorry. Is this better? Okay.
Let's see. Sir, can we try to adjust that volume? Thank you. They're working on it.
I'll stand on this side closer to the microphone.
That's a little better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we did have 3 community meetings. Only 1 had people attended. I think that there's a lot of misinformation out in the community that we've tried to straighten up, and hopefully we can provide some additional information tonight. This is going to show you the location of the parcel. There are 4 parcels located upon a section of Martin Luther King that is expected to be widened. It's already had taking of the property and the trees are cleared. I looked on the website today and it said they were expecting construction in 2029. Let me go to the next slide. So there are 4 parcels involved in this case. The first 2 eastern parcels, which form an L shape, have been operating as an auto salvage since the 1960s. In 1976, the parcel, as part of a larger rezoning, was rezoned to manufacturing for the purpose of auto salvage, and the manufacturing was already present along this portion of MLK. So it has been legally operated since at least 1976 on the 2 L-shaped parcels. My client's family purchased those 2 parcels in the early 1990s and have operated the vehicular recycling operation since that time. My client eventually took it over into his own name, his own businesses. It's important to understand that because I want to make it very clear that the vehicular recycling, which is a light industrial use that is on this property, is only located on these 2 parcels and has historically been located on these 2 parcels for nearly 60 years. In the early 1990s, about the time that my client's family was purchasing this property, the county was also going through adoptions of comprehensive plans and zoning conformance. During that time, this parcel and all the industrial parcels along this section of MLK were both downplanned and downzoned. It did not come to the attention of the property owners until all that had occurred. They then approached the Board of County Commissioners and objected to it, and the Board of County Commissioners directed the Planning Commission to come back with a plan category that would recognize the existing uses on the property. That did happen. The Planning Commission report for the 1992-93 change back to LIP, which would be a more appropriate land use category for them, has been supplied to zoning. It's uploaded in optics, and it has a lot of important information, background information about all the uses and how historically they've been there, as well as the fact that at the time, it was recognized by the county that these uses were conforming prior to the zoning and planning changes, and it had been made non-conforming, which would make them legal. That's by definition, non-conforming is legal. And all of this, again, has been documented. And just to reiterate, that these are the only 2 parcels historically and in the proposal where any light industrial activities go on. This is the area where the cars are brought in, this is where the cars are drained, this is where the cars are stripped, and this is where the cars are crushed. The parcel directly to the west is a parcel which we are proposing for open storage. In 1998, Gary Hancock, which was a famous baseball player from this area, returned to town and purchased this property for his business, which had been in effect since 1985, Gary Hancock Irrigation and Landscape. It was a commercial landscaping business that had open storage on the property that we are proposing to do open storage. Unfortunately, Mr. Hancock got sick, and in 2012, he approached my client about purchasing the property to continue to use it for open storage for my client's business. That did happen, and it's been used for open storage, but only open storage of vehicles, no industrial uses to the current time. Mr. Hancock's use was considered agricultural, so the open storage was allowed under the zoning code, but it was still heavy equipment open storage on the parcel, and the open parcel continues to this date. Finally, the northeastern parcel was purchased by my client a few years ago, intended to be utilized to provide a buffer to the north of the property. Sometime in around 2005, the area north of this property was platted, and subsequently some very nice homes have been purchased and built out there. And so he purchased that property to be used as a buffer. If you look at old aerials, you can see that at some point it was utilized to store semis, but we are committing in the future from here on that it will be used only for a buffer piece. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Albert to explain in detail our request. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Isabella Albert, I'm a certified planner. I work with HAF 1000 North Ashley Drive, and I'm here also representing the applicant. So Rebecca went through the history of the zoning, and I'm just going to go a little bit more in detail about Martin Luther King. As you heard, it has been went through eminent domain to expand the road. This is a major arterial going east and west in the county, and by doing that, some of the residential or development there, homes there, turned into FDOT properties. And so as you can see here, besides the LIP, which is the Light Industrial Plan Development section here, majority, 70% of the land along this stretch of the road is non-residential. And that you'll see throughout as FDOT expands those roads, they tend to turn into non-residential uses. So here's the future land use. This is the light industrial plan that you heard Ms. Kurt talk about. And then there's residential 1, residential 2 further to the west, and then residential 4 in the urban service area. Historical zoning, you can see in 1965, this is an area that shows the closest to back in 76. They rezoned the property to M1, which is an industrial district, and specifically for the auto salvage and storage. Now, again, during the zoning conformance, they gave the zoning for CG, but it should have been more like a manufacturing. But then, like you heard in 92, they fixed the LIP, and we don't understand why the previous owner did not do so, but you'll see all the properties to the east that were in the LIP went in and did a PD industrial zoning to protect their uses that were there. But you can see in 1985, that use was there. And so this is now we're coming in for a plan development to bring the whole site into conformance and increase some of those requirements or control more of making it compatibility with our operations and buffers. So this is where you can see the light green area here where it shows this is the area that's going to be kept open space. It's approximately 200 feet from the north. Where the area that is currently approved and legal use as the recycling facility, they are committed to keep the 100 feet from the north as, again, a non-activity area. They further increased their buffer and screening, a portion of the north to the east, where a 20-foot buffer and type B screening is required. They're increasing it to a 30-foot buffer with committed to a wall. And again, this is the only area that they're doing the open storage. And then this is the area yellow that they're going to continue their use. Sorry, it just clicked before me. Part of the plan development, they're committed to hours of operations, days of operations. The vehicle compactor is currently facing to the west, which is a 3-sided. They're going to turn it, part of the conditions, turn it towards the south and reduce the effect for the residents to the north, and also limiting the height to 35 feet. So Development Services does recognize the long history of the intensive uses in that area. They also, support this request because they were limiting to a specific use. They are increasing the buffer and the screening, and they are also further agreeing to orientation of the compactor as well as hours operation, and with all of that, they feel like that further reduces the effects to the residential use in the surrounding area, and they do recommend approval. Now, Planning Commission It is recognized that it is in a wellhead resource protection area, and for that reason, they felt like policy 1.39 from the One Water element is not being supported because it's new development and they have to be subject to all regulations to prevent potential degradation of public water supply. Now, we do meet that because we also met with the environmental services staff to show them what we were proposing, and they had no objections to this request as long as we were going to have some closure permit that is being obtained for the vehicle recycling existing use. Now, they felt that policy 1.312, which says to restrict additional industrial land uses within the WVRPA. Although we are in that area, we're outside of the capture zone, which is shown part of the record. And also the open storage and the recycling, vehicle recycling is not even a listed or prohibited use in that area. And that they do fail to state the one policy, 1.3.3, that supports the effective best management practices and to evaluate for effectiveness. Now, the EPC Air and Water Division staff investigated and inspected the site following a complaint filed in May 2024. On June 10th, the complaint was deemed unsubstantiated and subsequently closed. Now, additionally, the inspection report concluded with, Mr. Karen, the American Import Auto Parts staff have done an excellent job at ensuring the waste generated from their facility does not contaminate the environment. All Green Yard BMPs have been verified to be implemented, and the facility shall retain their original certification from 2006. They've actually added that as a conclusion into the report. Objective 4.4, Planning Commission staff felt that the area was predominantly residential in character, and therefore the introduction of this is not compatible with that. However, they failed to recognize that this is not a residential neighborhood in character overall. Their staff report states that while the folio to the east of the subject property is commercial general, one folio permitting this does not make the overall neighborhood as a residential character. They fail to even mention that there's a 20-acre LIP with existing commercial industrial uses since the 60s, 70s, or 80s. And also they fail to say, well, they were there conducting their business with, some residential and agricultural use. They were there first. Eventually, the residential came in. But with this PD in place, they're going with these restrictions and with these conditions. That will be addressing the transition of uses and the mitigation of adverse impact. They also report, in the report, they're stating that there's no enhanced landscaping to the north or west or no architectural features. That is incorrect. The buffers are being increased from 100 to 200 feet, the open space. The buffers are increasing from 20 to 30 feet and committed to a 6-foot wall. The Mango-Seffner Community Plan also talks about the protection of the environment, including wetlands and wildlife habitat. Again, the EPC, which is like the primary enforcement agencies for these environmental impact, made their statement in the report, which I'm not going to state again. Goal number 2, enhance community character and to ensure residential and non-residential development. Well, then through the plan development and these conditions will ensure that the quality of this commercial use. And goal number 3 talks about where development should be going, commercial development should be going, but they also recognize illegal non-conforming properties that are rezoned to commercial and other residential use shall be brought into compliance with all applicable land development codes and comp plan policies. Now, the owner did not apply for legal non-conforming use. However, from the original 1976 zoning that allows the salvage and storage, along with the aerial images showing over time the use that was constantly there as a nonstop, consistently there and continued to this day. It would likely be a legal non-conforming use. But with this, in addition, with this plan development, we're bringing into compliances and adding more restricted conditions. And for these reasons, we are requesting approval. The compatibility concerns have been addressed with the enhanced screening and hours of operational conditions. The vehicle recycling portion of the property was legal operating from prior to zoning conformance. Portion of the site is zoned commercial general, located within a pocket of the LIP land use classification. EPC, Hillsborough County Natural Resources and Development Services are in support, and we're consistent with the objectives of the comprehensive plan and the Seffner Mango Community Plan that I just talked about. that concludes my presentation. I'm here if you have any questions.
I do. I
Thank
have
you.
a couple of questions for either you or Ms. Kurt, whoever would like to answer. Let me just go back and make sure that I'm clear, that the record's clear. So the LIP portion of the property, it's your testimony that that operation, the recycling operation, has been in existence since the mid-'60s.
Yes.
And through unknown reasons, during zoning conformance, they designated the property commercial general, whereas perhaps they should have gone to the planned development, the PDI, which would be consistent with the properties to the east, I believe.
The city downzoned them, the county downzoned them to CG to be which was the most intensive zoning category that was allowed under the down-planned zone comp plan category that they put them in. And then at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners, the Planning Commission came back and gave them an LIP category.
I see.
And when they did that, and this is all in the backup, they clearly state that the uses were legal prior to the down zoning and down planning and were considered non-conforming, and they would need a PD to come into conformance. And you understand these very legal terms. It doesn't mean that they're illegal, but to get into complete conformance, they would have to have a PD.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're just non-conforming.
And at the time, in the mid-'60s to the '90s, let's just say when your client purchased the recycling portion of the property, that parcel to the west, which was previously the landscaping parcel, had open storage, and then through a transfer of ownership, then your client then started using that property for the open storage of the cars, but not the objectionable, some might say, uses that are going on the LIP portion.
Correct.
Okay. So with the companion comprehensive plan amendment that you have applied for to incorporate that western and northern property, I understand through reading the backup that the Planning Commission is consistent with their testimony that's going to happen tonight, that they are found that the plan amendment is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So my question to you is, what happens to if that western and northwestern portion is not changed to LIP through the comprehensive plan amendment? What happens to the business? Does the business that's operating currently on the LIP portion, does that stay and go forward if that plan amendment is denied?
One clarification, then I will answer your question. The northwest portion is not subject to the LIP change. We wanted to make it crystal clear that's remaining as a buffer. And the LIP, the Planning Commission, you have the report, you can read it, their reasons for their objections, but they said that they were unable to look at the plan to see whether or not there was anything that redeemed them. Now, with this rezoning, they're staying consistent with their original plan. The business wants to be able to operate as it's operating today and as it's operated since 2012. That's the goal. But we do believe that we are legal nonconforming on the original parcel, the L-shaped parcel to the east. We have not gone and gotten that nonconforming determination, because when my client was first alerted to this, he was like, how can I solve it? And we're like, let's solve it holistically. And let's do some more restrictive things. Let's limit height. Let's make the noise, the noise is currently in compliance with EPC, but let's make it less of a burden for all your neighbors. Let's do all these great things and apply for the whole thing holistically. And so we didn't put them through both processes. If this were to be denied, then we'll go through the non-conforming use process.
And that would address the L-shaped property?
The L-shaped parcel.
So then back to my original question, can the business, the L-shaped property business, can that continue to operate if the property with the open storage is not allowed? If the property remains as it's zoned now and you can't do open storage?
Are you asking legally or practically?
I suppose.
I mean, legally, yes, it can continue to operate. And practically, that's a discussion that my client, will have to figure out whether or not he's going to continue to operate if the other side won't go. I'm not sure we're at a position where we need to or have to commit to that today. But legally, we do think that it could continue to operate.
Right. You certainly don't have to answer the business question of whether they can continue or not, for sure. I'm just trying to get the scope of the request and what is the existing circumstance. So.
Yes, I did want to make one clarification. In the PowerPoint, it said that we are applying for the wellhead operating or closure permit, and I wasn't sure if Ms. Albert said closing permit, but I want to make it clear we're applying for an operating permit for the original parcels.
Yes, I did read the environmental services comments where they're requiring that for
Yes.
the LIP portion.
And we're already in contact with them to get a pre-app scheduled.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, with that, then we'll go to development services. Good evening.
Good evening. Carolyn Peddle, Development Services. Again, this is rezoning PD 241139. So again, the applicant is seeking to rezone four parcels of the northern side of Eastern Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to plan development to allow for the continued use of a vehicle recycling facility, the continued use of a vehicle storage lot, and a newly acquired parcel that will be used for buffering and screening. The proposal has 3 tracks: Tract A for buffering the commercial use, Tract B for open storage of the crushed vehicles, and Tract C for vehicle recycling. The applicant is seeking a variation to LDC Part 607 for fences and walls, and Part 606 landscape and buffering to allow the existing 8-foot fence along the southern and eastern boundaries to remain. The area surrounding the subject site is predominantly made up of residential uses with some commercial and industrial uses along the northern side of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard towards the east and west of the site. The site is located adjacent to an area with a long history of intensive uses to the east. Furthermore, the PD limits the uses to only vehicle recycling and associated open storage, while leaving Tract A to remain undeveloped in order to provide additional separation of the active uses of the PT to the residential uses to the north. The PD will provide a 30-foot wide buffer and Type C screening with a masonry wall along the western and northern property lines adjacent to the residentially zoned properties, which exceed accessory open storage screening requirements. The existing wetland area in the northern portion of the site will further buffer the residentially zoned properties to the north of the subject site. To further reduce the effects of the uses on the surrounding residential properties, the applicant has agreed to restrict the hours of operation for the car crusher and car lifts to weekdays between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. The applicant also agrees to orient the building housing the car crusher to face south to redirect the sound away from the properties to the north and west. Again, the site is located in the wellhead protection area, though Environmental Services has not objected to the proposal, subject to the recommended condition, including that the owner obtains a wellhead protection operation permit. Staff finds the request approvable, subject to proposed conditions and the approval of CPA 2320. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Residential 1 and Light Industrial Planned Future Land Use category, is in the rural area and within the Seffner-Mango Community Plan. The proposed plan development is running concurrently with HCCPA 2320, which proposes to amend a portion of the Residential 1 Future Land Use designation to Light Industrial Planned. Based upon the applicant requesting the rezoning run concurrently with the plan amendment, Planning Commission staff is reviewing the requested rezoning under the proposed Future Land Use category. Per policy 1.3.9 of the One Water element, new developments within wellhead resource protection areas are subject to all regulations, criteria, standards, methodologies, and procedures designed to prevent the potential degradation of public potable water supplies. Policy 1.3.12 restricts additional areas of industrial land use within WRPAs. The request directly conflicts with this policy direction. The proposal does not meet policy direction in the community design component, as these policies require development in residential areas to be limited to a neighborhood scale, have gradual transitions of intensities, and have the development of like uses or uses that are complementary to the surrounding area. Staff recognize the mitigation measures proposed. However, a vehicle recycling facility and a vehicle storage adjacent to single-family residential uses are not compatible with the residential development pattern of the area. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right, this is where we're going to count hands. So how many we have? Make sure you hold them up so we can get a good count. Remember, we have 15 minutes total. Hands up, please. So there's 2, 3.
In opposition or to speak?
To speak.
Half your audience is opposition.
All right, how many people would actually like to speak? Okay, so there's 4, 5. Anybody else? All right, then that's 3 minutes apiece. Allison, if you could go ahead and come forward and line up, it makes it go a little quicker. You can refer to the people in the audience if you'd like, but whoever would like to go first, come forward and give me your name and address. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Todd Randolph. I live at 207 North Matanzas Avenue, Tampa, 33609. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County of 16 years, and I'm here today on behalf of Sierra Club Tampa Bay. Nancy Stevens, the Conservation Committee Chair, submitted the Sierra Club letter requesting the county to oppose the rezoning effort of RZPD 24-1139. Sierra Club determined that the initial agency review of the Environmental Services Division contained sufficient evidence to deny this rezoning, because this vehicle processing site is in a wellhead resource protection area, and the county comprehensive plan has specific policies in place to protect the potable water supply and other natural resources. This request conflicts with, as the review stated, the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan 1 Water Element Policy 1.3.12 states that no additional areas shall be designated with industrial land use plan categories within the WRPAs. Additionally, the review stated vehicle recycling is associated with prohibited and restricted activities in Section 3.5.3.A and Section 3.5.4.A of the Hillsborough County LDC. The Sierra Club letter was submitted on February 7th. Since then, the Environmental Services revised its report twice and appears to now allude that the BOCC may disregard its own established rules that were put in place to protect residents' health by ensuring safe potable water supplies. The latest rezoning attempt and the latest Environmental Services revision both argue the justification to rewrite county maps, plans, and rules on a proposal that this operation has been occurring for decades. For this hearing, I am mindful to adhere to facts and to represent evidence, yet the general justification for this rezoning contained in the application and reflected in the Environmental Services review is that this industrial site got away with doing something incorrectly for a long time, so it is okay to keep doing that incorrect thing. Papers and plans can be reworded, but they will not change the basic fact that the location of this vehicle processing operation is not and has not been appropriate. These kinds of industrial processing operations with accompanying outdoor stockpiling pose an indeterminate risk of contamination to drinking water and to the health of residents in this county, especially when this business has been cited for not complying with prior pollution control recommendations. Sierra Club requests that the county oppose this rezoning effort.
Thank you, sir. If you could please sign in. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Grace McComas. I live at 8050 Old Darby Street. I oppose both the PD 24-1139 and the CPA 2320. According to the comprehensive plan and the Sefner Mango Community Plan, neither heavy or even light industrial are allowed in the rural service area. These plans were approved and adopted by our Board of County Commissioners. Our BOCC has sworn to protect this county as well as the rights and lifestyles of its homesteaders. We citizens expect the county departments and the BOCC to uphold these plans. Had a zoning been done back in 1992, when a CPA, 9810 was a CPA, not a zoning, was approved for the industrial business, and the owners had, I'm sorry, but the owners failed to file for the rezoning and retains the CG zoning. There have been changes in the comp plan since 1992. Industrial is no longer permitted in the rural area. In 2010, the Sefner Mango Community Plan was adopted. Goal 1 addresses protecting the environment, the wetlands, Baker's Creek, and associated watersheds. Goal 3 states light industrial is restricted to the urban service area west of State Road 579. As a framer of that plan, I know these goals well. Nowhere in our plan is heavy industrial permitted or intended. Just because his family and then Mr. Cara have for over 30 years illegally operated its light, then heavy industrial business on commercial generally zoned property does not constitute reason to be allowed to continue misusing the land and ignoring the rules of our county. Only because of being cited by code enforcement for violations over 2 years ago had any attempt been made to acquire a proper zoning and permits or to comply with the county standards for auto recycling. This increase in heavy industrial is inconsistent, incompatible, and totally inappropriate in the rural area and on a watershed. Our Planning Commission has presented policies and rules that back up these facts. The wisdom and integrity of our current policies must be followed. Otherwise, why does the county have policies and plans and encourage community plans if they do not adhere to them? The applicant has several other properties in the county that may be more appropriate for this particular business than a watershed. No paper permit will prevent contaminants from seeping into the ground. Illegal use of our land should not be rewarded. The property should be ordered to cease and desist operation of this business and restore all this land to its original natural condition. Please strongly recommend for denial of the PD and the CPA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please sign in. Next.
Is it okay while I'm talking for her to put photos?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know which direction.
I don't know to tell you.
Which do you put them?
You put it face up.
I'm sorry. We've never done this. Thank you.
I've never done it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Simple enough.
Michelle Miles, 412 Vinekeeper Court, Sefner. I opposed PD 241139 and CP 2320 as this action will circumvent ongoing fines for the adjudicated improper use of zone by this business. June 14th, 2024, the code's special magistrate ruled in the community's favor and by order imposing finding of facts and conclusion of law, which is there. Business operations should not leave Hillsborough residents unprotected, and we, the taxpayer, could be left with hefty costs to clean up contaminated land. The approving recommendation subject to proposed conditions and approval of the CPA is unthinkable based, in my opinion, on the history of indifference to FDOT, SwiftMud, FDEP, and Hillsborough County's required permits which protect our community. Now, it's time for much-needed enforcement. No more extensions. After-the-fact permits should be granted under any circumstances that could threaten health and safety of our community, please. I pray the client's representatives claim in several meetings and somewhat tonight that the county commissioners are giving their approval before May 8th facts are reviewed are false. Why would the BOCC disregard public safety after receiving the prestigious 2021 Award of Excellence 1 Chapter 1 Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, which was presented to former Commissioner Moran and Melissa Dickens? In response to the 24 written statement of history, yes, Stephen Manor subdivision abuts these businesses to the north with 9 homes built in 2005, SwiftMud permitted our surface water management system downstream, which would be receiving illicit discharge with zero protection from this industrial business. Facts are incorrect, as directly to the west of the MLK site that has already been found non-compliant is not a business, but it's a 4.83 acres homesteaded generational property. The view of the homeowner is of these stacked wrecked cars with no fence and no variance buffer was offered. Their insistence this operation is not new implies operating businesses without legally being registered in Sunbiz is acceptable. American Import Auto Parts was registered in 2009, 15 years ago. American One, American Two, American Land Holdings all became LLCs June of 2012, not predating our community's wellheads. And all LCCs have open code enforcement codes.
2012 is the same year industrial operations expanded, and that was without zoning, behind a white fence and electric gate. As of today, SwiftMud's June 2024 requests to cease activity on that 5.62 acres of ASC1 is being disregarded for the environmental resource permit. Please, please protect us.
Thank you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. You're welcome to submit those documents into the record.
Thank
if
you
you'd like.
very much.
Next, please. If you'd like.
April and June of 2024, SwiftMud requested an ERP permit. It has been ignored, and they have been storing vehicles in the Pemberton Creek watershed continue. SwiftMud letters are in my packet that is also provided. Each person in this room resides in Hillsborough County, and we respectfully request to use the property, or for you to use this opportunity to deny these requests to protect our families and precious water resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Good evening for the late night. Russell Kahn, 607 Valencia Park Drive, Sefner 33584, just on the south side of MLK. I think I should be at 2 minutes. Yeah. So there's been a lot said. This proposal, I think you're going to have to get some skis for the slippery slope they're asking you to commit to. The reality here is open use and agricultural area that they're trying to add is not the same as their open storage that they're using for vehicles, for salvage, for junkyard, in effect. I think that the use and the effect is different than what the original use was intended. A lot of the other owners on that land, the neighboring lands, did actually apply to the county to get that rezoning approved at the appropriate time. This land didn't. And we shouldn't backdoor them in and expand them at the same time when they have been non-conforming and non-compliant with every body that oversees them. They have multiple citations over the course of many years that some they have gotten into compliance with. Some of them have been slaps on the wrists. They are currently being fined, I believe, $350 a day by this own county. So I think we have to look very hard before we give them future rights that won't be able to be clawed back if they're not even willing to abide by the county's current and existing use requirements. Let them get into compliance and then come back and ask for increases once they've shown they can act as a good faith community member. They have gone disregarded the actual needs of this community. I live on the south side of MLK. I never saw a public hearing opportunity before they asked for this request. I found out through driving by the community, the Sierra Club, bringing awareness to this issue. So I really think no more time needs to be spent on this before they come forward and seek approval from BOCC and this group. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. All right. I believe this is the last speaker, correct? Okay. Yes. Good evening.
Okay, my name's Elaine Lopez, 1302 Vinewood Drive. This did come to the attention approximately 2 years ago. Guess who moved into the neighborhood 2 years ago? Guess who asked the question, what's going on? My husband and I. When we found out what was going on, we sent out flyers to all of our neighbors to let them know that there was going to be a meeting that none of us had heard about. And that's what started the whole thing. They have not been in compliance. As I've said, I don't want to repeat everything over and over again. I am going to go back to some of the meetings that we've been to before where they have said that they provide a community service to all of our county by allowing vehicles to be towed in that have been wrecked and destroyed and leaking fluids and things like that onto the ground, left in front of the businesses. They have a contract with the Sheriff's Department. They're on what's called a tow rotation. And for their tow rotation to be legal, they have to be in compliance with no orders against them by the magistrate. which is right now standing they are violating coding zones. So therefore, they're not supposed to be on that rotation. They've been told not to receive vehicles anymore. They are still receiving vehicles. Now, these vehicles come in all times of the evening. They are not kept on anything that keeps them from leaking. They sit on that property till somebody comes in the morning and picks it up. Now, why the property looks so clean out in front, and I've seen this myself, is that they go in there, pull dirt out, and put new dirt on top of it. Sometimes they don't even pull the dirt out, they put new dirt on top of it, which changes the elevation of the property. As for them doing the open storage, like he said, of agriculture is very different than open storage of vehicles. In order to be able to open store any vehicles in a wellhead protected area, there are a lot of measures that have to be gone through. I actually took a look at our Department of Environmental Protection to actually see what is required of them if they are going to store outside. So it's not open storage that's not covered. It's supposed to be covered, and it's supposed to prevent anything from getting into the ground, to include chipped paint, eroding wires, chrome, tires, the wheels, anything that can break down in that vehicle that goes down into the ground can get into our water sources. We're in a protected area, a well-protected area. I have a family, I have grandchildren that come to visit me. I've only lived here a couple of years, and I don't want anything bad to happen to them in the future or now. And I'm asking you, would you want that in your neighborhood with that potential? I sure wouldn't, and I hope you wouldn't either. I am against and opposed to PD 241139 and CPA 2320.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Make
Thank
sure
you for your
sign
time.
in. All right, so that will close the opposition testimony portion of the hearing, and we'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything additional?
Nothing further, ma'am, unless you have questions.
No, I don't think so, of the county. Thank you, though. All right, we'll go back. Ms. Kurt, you have time for rebuttal. Good evening. Not Ms. Kurt.
Good evening. I'll start out and hand it over to Ms. Kurt. For the record, I'm Ken Tinkler with the Carlton Fields Law Firm, 4221 West Boy Scout Boulevard in Tampa, and I have been sworn. I've worked with this applicant over the last 5 years on various issues. My firm has worked with them for many years before that. I have several documents I want to enter into the record as rebuttal evidence. I'll quickly walk you through them. First of all, this site for almost 20 years has been designated by the Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County as a green yard. The green yard is a voluntary program where an auto salvage facility that can go above and beyond the regulatory compliance and sets an environmental example for other auto salvage yards to follow. EPC confirmed that all green yard best management practices have been implemented during their most recent inspection, which was triggered by one of the members of the audience, and stated that the inspection report, the certification, was first obtained for this site on August 17th of 2006. I've obtained a website printout from 2007 that shows the site being added to the public list of green yards, and I'll be asking that that printout and the EPC inspection reports be added to the record. Another note on those inspections, and this came up earlier, each inspection was triggered by a neighbor, and in each account, the inspector noted in the report that the applicant has done an excellent job in ensuring the waste generated by this facility does not contaminate the environment. Further, regarding the need for the environmental resource permit, in 2024, the Southwest Florida Water Management District staff and I walked this property, and they later determined that soil compaction due to the outside storage triggered the need for either a site restoration or an ERP. Our client hired Landmark Engineering to work with the district, and they've continued to follow up with staff since then. This rezoning will determine the next steps with this parcel, so if an ERP is needed, that will be handled. I have the district's letter regarding these options available, which post-date what was referenced earlier as of June 5th, 2024, and I'll be entering that into the record. Further, this site has operated under DEP's multi-sector generic permit for stormwater discharge since at least 2004. As a result, the site is subject to monitoring and inspection. I've obtained the confirmation letters from DEP regarding this permitting for each of the 5-year segments, and I'll also be putting that into the record. And the most recent inspection reports from 2022 and 2024 both found that the business was in compliance. Now, there were notes about things that the inspector wanted to see remedied, And that's not uncommon. Inspectors, that's their job, to find things. Each item that the inspector flagged was immediately dealt with, and the reports were therefore deemed to be, this site was therefore deemed to be in compliance, and no enforcement action was necessary. Thank you for consideration of that. I'll enter these into the record and sign in.
Mr. Tinkler, before you go, let me just ask you one question. The reports and the areas that are being inspected that you reference, that is the L-shaped property only. That doesn't have anything to do with the open storage to the west. Is that correct?
Correct as to everything except for the South Florida Water Management District. Their concern was of the open storage area and whether or not an ERP would be required, and that'll be determined by the outcome of this proceeding.
Understood. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I would also like to say, I believe EPC walked the entire site. So when they were out there, they were looking at all of that. And I did just want to also add that in the 2002, this company has a stellar record with the environmental agencies that regulate it, and there are many. But in 2022, FDEP actually wrote to Mark that you all care very much about maintaining high standards at your facility, and it shows. They are not scofflaws. They are actually trendsetters and goal setters for what all others should try to do on this property. Mark and this company do have contracts with all the local first responders as well as state and federal contractors. These cars have to go somewhere. This is where they have been going for decades. Mark donates training vehicles to HEC and Fire Rescue. It, in fact, received a Community Service Award from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue last year. This business has been operating in this location for over 60 years. With my client, it's been operating with him and his family since the early 90s, and all the deeds are in the records to show when his family and when he purchased the property and when it was transitioned over to him. There is no expansion of the light industrial use. That was something that has historically how it's been operated. It was never intended to expand that, and it hasn't been, and we're not proposing that, and that is why we had a change in recommendation from environmental resources with the caveat that we do get a wellhead resource protection permit, which we are happy to do. Nobody really talked about noise today. Maybe they did a little bit, but not as much as they have in the past. But I do just want to say that we are taking steps to improve whatever noise that they will hear by reorienting the vehicle compactor. And I did just also want to say that it is listed on the site plan as a storage building, which is what LDC has said is the correct label. But we would like its certification to add a note on there that that's actually where the compactor is, just for full transparency. We have no objections from EPC or the county's Environmental Resource Department. And there's a lot of information in the backup that we've already submitted, and I know that you will take the opportunity to review that.
I have read it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate it. Then with that, we will close rezoning 24-1139 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D2, PD 24-1264. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zoned RSC9 and CG to plain development. Chris Greenlenard with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Cammie Corbett for the record from the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson representing the applicant. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation. The applicant in this case is Sweetheart Ice Cream, and that's a little bit of an unusual name, so I thought I would take a moment just to tell you what they are or who they are and who they serve. They're a full-service food distributor on the west coast of Florida. They distribute mostly ice cream, hence the name, but also other frozen foods, and they serve schools, universities, hotels, parks, attractions, gas stations, convenience stores. Some of their brands are ones we all recognize: Blue Ben & Jerry's, Blue Bunny, Breyers, Klondike, Good Humor. They have an existing facility at 5610 North 56th Street, so they are a local small business. And this subject property is actually located within the city of Tampa and has CI zoning, and its future land use is CC 35. And you can see there's quite a bit of similar uses in the area. However, and then just showing you this location, it's in an unusual urbanized part of unincorporated Hillsborough County. It's kind of really in more in the heart of the city of Tampa than it is in unincorporated Hillsborough County. And so the proposed redevelopment area is combined with the red outlined property in red, which is the CI zoning, the green property that is outlined there, and that's the property that's subject to the rezoning. I did fill in the blue square just to indicate that's another property that they also own, but it's not included in this rezoning. This is the proposed site plan. Again, a little bit unusual in nature because the proposed uses that we're asking for are stormwater, parking, and parking for cold storage trucks. So there are no buildings proposed on this part of the PD. It's going to be combined site plan with the CI property where the operation will expand at that time. We are offering enhanced buffering and screening. We've got an 8-foot masonry wall on the northern boundary adjacent to the cold storage truck site, and then also a 6-foot masonry wall along the rest of the northern boundary. Wanted to just have this slide to just kind of call out that different variation, the screening variations that we have throughout the site. Obviously, in some places, asking for variations to do more, and in some instances where the site is constrained, sort of on that western edge, to go to a type 10-foot type B. There is an unimproved right-of-way there that provides the additional buffer that basically provides the equivalent buffer in that particular area. So overall, I think Planning Commission staff and Development Services found that these PD variations for the buffering and screening actually made the site more compatible with the surrounding area and buffered the residential to the north. Both staffs have found it consistent and compatible, and Development Services is recommending approval with conditions, and we're fine with the conditions, and we'd respectfully request your approval, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much. Don't forget to sign in. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Chris Gralinar, Development Services. Here to present PD 24-1264. The applicant proposes to rezone a 2.83-acre property containing 5 parcels from RSC 9 MCG R to PD 24-1264 to allow for a use in connection with his adjacent existing ice cream distribution warehouse to the south, which is within the city of Tampa. Municipal limits. The applicant proposes to use the site as a parking lot for domestic vehicles, employee parking, and commercial vehicle storage to the east portion of the parcel. The commercial vehicles would be in 4 3-sided open front metal storage buildings, and also there'd be a stormwater facilities to the west. The area consists of single-family residential, light industrial, and commercial. The subject property is designated R Residential 6 in the future land use map. The Planning Commission found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The surrounding uses to the south and east are similar to the request. Light industrial and commercial with seafood wholesaler warehouse directly adjacent to the ice cream warehouse to the south in the city of Tampa. In the east, there are many warehouses and commercial. Further east, there is a large manufacturing district, the variety of commercial and light industrial uses. The single-family residential to the north, south, and west are provided adequate buffering and screening. As said, to the north, there's a 20-foot type B buffer plus a 8-foot masonry wall next to where the commercial vehicle storage would be located. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from RSC 9 and CGR to PD 24-1264 to allow for the parking of domestic vehicles, commercial vehicle storage, and metal buildings would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
I do.
Sure.
I just have a question about the PD variations. There's 4 of them. And in section 7, you list the result of what they're asking for. But what I don't see is what's required. So I understand the scale of the request. If you could help me with 1 through 4, what is actually required in terms of buffering and the fence and so forth?
Well, it's what their variations are is in the beginning, and then what are you requesting?
To know what the standard is. So, for instance, if the requirement is 20 feet, but they're asking for 10, then that's what I'm asking. I don't see what's required.
Oh. I should have put that in there. I apologize.
If you want, we can come back. If you want to look it up real quick and come back, we can do that before I close the hearing, just so I have that information.
My supervisor would probably have that in front of her.
Sure, I can certainly add in some information if that would help.
Yeah.
And looking at what's been provided with the 4 variations, the first one is to LDC section 6.06, which is the incompatible uses for a 10-foot type B buffer. And typically what will be required in that area, and this is specifically the area along Henry Avenue on the south, would be a 20-foot buffer with type B.
Okay.
And they're asking to reduce that to 10 feet. And I believe, as the applicant stated, there's some right-of-way there, which in their view provides significant separation without it being the full 20, given that the right-of-way is there. Secondly, there is a 6-foot-high masonry wall along the 48th Street boundary. And for that one, I believe because that is along the right-of-way, the maximum height would be 4 feet.
Okay.
So this would be an increase of 2 feet. Also, there's a masonry wall along 50th Street.
Same thing, yeah.
Okay, and
So that's a 6-foot wall?
correct. Chris has mentioned that that would be the same thing because it's in a front yard.
Okay.
And then for the fourth one, an 8-foot-high wall along the northern boundary, and the maximum right now that they could have is 6. So they're asking to go increase by 2.
Increase by
Is
2.
that correct?
Yeah, yes.
All right. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 6 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and within the limits of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The applicant was amenable to enclosing the storage and removing the flex provision request, which is in line with the neighborhood protection policies that modify future land use element objective 16. With these revisions, the proposed plan development would introduce a development pattern that is comparable to the surrounding area and is consistent with the policy direction related to compatibility. Future Land Use Element Policy 16.5 states that developments of higher intensity non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods shall be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. The applicant proposes to access the site from the south through an existing business owned by the applicant, which is consistent with this policy. The proposed plan development meets the intent of the community plan, as the proposal offers adequate buffering and screening to the neighborhoods adjacent to the north of the subject site and maintains access away from North 48th Street, a local roadway, and preserving access to the south. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Hillsborough County Development Services Department.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, you have the last word if you'd like it.
Cami Corbett again. I appreciate you asking for that detail, because this is a rare instance where the majority of the variations are up to go above what is required, and there's only one we're asking to go below what's required. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll close rezoning 24-1264 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D3, Major Mod 25-0071. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 99-0735. Jared Folan with Development Services will provide staff findings, and also James Ratliff with Transportation and Development Services would also like to provide comments onto the record during the staff presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Mark Bentley, 400 North Ashley Drive, Tampa 33602, representing the applicant. Before you start the timer on me, I just had a couple of procedural questions, if you don't mind. In the event we don't use all our time for our case in chief, the first 15 minutes, can we allocate that to our rebuttal?
Well, I don't like to commit to that because let's see how long we go, and
Okay.
I'll certainly put it under consideration at the end.
Okay, thanks. And then secondarily, about 3 o'clock today, we received a letter of objection from an abutting property owner. And from our perspective, it wasn't timely under the code. It's supposed to be filed 2 days in advance. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the staff. So,
All right. Is that the letter from Ms. Grimes?
no, it's,
There's a second letter?
yeah, it's just
Okay.
like a real brief.
All right.
Okay, with that being said, then we'll get going here.
Perfect.
So what I'd like to do is have Ryan Manassi, he's our Director of Planning and Growth Management at our law firm, give a presentation on some of the planning issues and go over the site plan. And then I'd like to tackle the letter you mentioned.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Mark.
Mr. Bentley, if you could sign in.
Why don't you sign it over there?
Good evening.
Good evening, Ryan Manassi with Johnson Pope, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 3100, Director of Development and Planning. I have a PowerPoint for your viewing. Also, just so your knowledge, all the documents that we reference, as well as this PowerPoint presentation, have been submitted to the clerk in a thumb drive for your reference.
Thank you.
The property details, existing PD 99-0735, consisting of 2 parcels. It's future land use CMU 12. Additionally, it's in the urban service area, as well as the 2 community plans that the property is subject to, is the Riverview and the South Shore area-wide systems plans. The parcel size is roughly 9.85 acres. Surrounding the site is I-75 to the west, the Alafaya River and multifamily to the north, multifamily and hotel to the use to the east, which range from 2 to 6 stories, and Upper Alafaya Court and a northbound I-75 on-ramp to the south. Now, this is a slide just showing you your existing approved uses under the existing PD. On the left-hand side and the proposed on the right. So on existing, we have a dry boat storage facility with 159 spaces, RV storage, open 100 spaces, residential office retail store for boat and RV maintenance, and a hotel, 70 rooms or 35,000 square feet. Through this major modification, our proposed uses include the marina and dry dock for 120 spaces or 17,000 square feet, mini warehouse up to 90,000 square feet, and then two hotel pads at 240 rooms or 120,000 square feet, all within our CMU future FAR. What I did here is just put you the existing site plan on the left, a blow-up of the area, and then our proposed to the right. So on the left, you'll see the existing PD plan. You'll see that singular access to Upper Alafaya Court to the south, which was called Frontage Road previously. And then the proposed use locations generally outlined. And then on the right, our proposed major modification. You can see we're showing access along Upper Alafaya Court. Again, that used to be called the Frontage Road, in 2 locations to the south, as well as cross access to the adjacent hotel, which is proposed and under construction to the east. And that aligns with that property's major modification that they recently went through. Notably, our primary access was eliminated by the project to the east, and to replace it, the county required that they dedicate right-of-way for a new road segment off-site. This road also serves as their sole access. The project is under construction, and their permit requires construction of that road as well. The county, as well as FDOT, is requiring our client at our expense to remove and close the entire frontage road to Fern Hill, and that's going to the east from this off-site 54-foot right-of-way that Mr. Bentley will go over a little bit more.
Can I stop you?
Sure.
I hate to interrupt, but just I don't want to leave that point.
Mm-hmm.
So did you just say that, if you could put the site plan back up, HTTV, there we go. The existing,
Is that better?
no, the site plan, the before, the existing and the proposed.
there we go.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go. Did you say that the development to the east forced the elimination of your primary access?
It did. Do you want to comment on that?
Sure.
Sure.
The staff report, and you presided over the major modification concerning that project when that came up. In the staff report, it says It caused elimination of the primary access for our client's property.
So is there not, on the existing approved plan, is there not access to the former frontage road? That is your primary access, is that correct?
It's now the way the counties reconfigure the transportation network. Our primary access is off Old Gibsonton when you go west of this 54-foot right-of-way in question, Ms. Finch.
Right.
So west of that's owned by the DOT, okay? And it runs along Gibsonton Drive and the interstate. Then east of the 54 feet, it's owned by DOT, but it's a condition before you tonight. Our client's obligated to remove the entire Old Gibsonton Drive to Fern Hill. So our only access now is through the 54-foot right-of-way, the north-south.
The upper Alafaya
Yeah,
Court.
and that's their only access too.
Right. But you are, and maybe we're jumping ahead, but just
Yeah,
because you started there, your access is from Gibsonton to upper Alafaya Court and into your property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or I guess folks could go up to the Alafaya Preserve, to the opposition to the east, and go straight through once that connection is completed.
But that's cross-access, that's not a road.
Understood.
And it's going through a hotel parking lot.
Understood. You confused me with you eliminated the primary access. That's where I lost
I'll
you.
give you those conditions, and when you get, the opportunity, take a look at them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, apologies for interrupting.
No worries at all. All right, let me see where I was at. Okay, so our site plan, what I did was enlarge the site area and then the site data table just for some information. You can see the general area for the 2 hotel pad locations on the east, and those are outlined in green, these pad locations. And then the remaining general location for the Marina Dry Dock and mini warehouse to the west, which is adjacent to I-75. To ensure compatibility with the adjacent development, a 20-foot buffer type B screening is proposed along the eastern property line adjacent to the existing multifamily. And again, that ranges from 2 to 5 stories. Also, the development will be required to adhere to a 2-to-1 setback requirement described in LDC section 6.01.00. I just wanted to show you a couple site pics. There's on the left-hand side is the apartments that range from 2 to 5 stories. And then immediately east of us is the under construction hotel at 6 stories. Regarding the comprehensive plan, the proposal meets the intent of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plans, Riverview Goal 2 and Goal 8, South Shore Goal 1, 2, 3, and 4. The mixed-use project will complement the surrounding neighborhood and community. Additionally, we are compatible with the existing development pattern and again support the vision of the South Shore and Riverview community plans. We meet several goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and have listed those here on screen, which are in line with your PC staff report. As far as review findings, there are no variations or waivers being sought from our proposal, and this is unlike the recent developments adjacent to ours to the east, where the developer utilized every land use regulation available to maximize the project's intensity, including Policy 19.3 bonus, the comp plan's flex, and parking reductions. We're providing you with those project zoning conditions, as Mr. Bentley stated. Additionally, the Planning Commission staff found our request consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the 2 community plans associated with our site. Development Services deemed our request approvable, subject to the proposed conditions, which we agree with. In conclusion, approval will allow for a mixed-use project that is consistent and compatible with the built environment and community plans. There's no waivers or variations being proposed. County and Planning Commission staff found the request compatible and approvable. The project will adhere to all staff's proposed conditions. Just so for your knowledge, we have our site engineer from Kimberly Horn on virtually. It should be Benjamin Plant if you have any questions. Additionally, we have our transportation engineer, Steve Henry, in the audience. So with that, I guess going back on what Mr. Bentley stated, if we could reserve this time, the remaining time for rebuttal, or
1 second.
Unless, go ahead.
Excuse me, Ryan. I'd like to bring Steve Henry, our transportation engineer, just to clarify that issue. I think it's pretty important.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa, 33607. So we've actually worked on this property for probably close to 15 years now. So I could give you a little history as to why we are where we are as far as the access. So I'll point here. So originally, before any of this was built, we had a frontage road that is there today, which comes down here and then tied into Gibsonton. So that was the original when this parcel was developed and what we call Fern Hill was extended north. That connection that is the frontage road to Fern Hill was too close to Gibsonton. So DOT had an issue with the proximity. So what they had requested was, at such time as this property gets developed, and this gets developed, that there's some type of connection and severing that connection to Fern Hill that close, simply because it was too close, it wouldn't function with the traffic. Today it functions because it doesn't serve, this property is undeveloped. There's only a couple trips, and it's basically a maintenance. But their concern was once this does develop, that there would be a connection from the frontage road up to Alafia Road. So that was the idea, and that's why it's being eliminated, was at the request of DOT because of the proximity and the ability for it to function there at Fern Hill.
And so the replacement for that is the cross-access to the
Correct.
eastern property?
There would be, from the frontage road, there'd be another road, county road, that's built up to Alafia Court up here to the basically the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
And that would be the connection. And then this portion of the road would then be severed and removed.
Okay. All right. So I think where I got astray was when he said you were eliminating their original access, but because it appeared to me their primary access formally is on that frontage road.
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you put the slide up, Brian.
It's on screen.
Is it?
County TV, there we go.
There we go. This will hopefully clear things up, Ms. Finch. You see on the right side, I guess, that north-south road that goes into the cul-de-sac?
I do.
As a condition of the major modification, which you presided over, like I mentioned, that was supposed to be the sole access to that project. And you've got 4 cuts off the 54-foot right-of-way. You can see 2 on each side. Okay?
Right.
And then we connect to the 50-foot right-of-way from Old Gibsonton. We go through the 54-foot right-of-way. So that gets back to the Grimes letter where it says this road was built solely for the benefit of our client, which isn't true. Actually, as a condition of their approval, they had to dedicate the right-of-way. Now, the issue of who was going to build or not, that was never definitive, and I know James Ratliff is going to have some discussion with you on that. But, yeah.
Mr. Bentley, so just to get to the end of this, so this is a graphic of the adjacent property to the east, but are the hotels on your property, the subject property, are those oriented towards the upper Alafia Court, such that the intended user is to come down upper Alafia Court and go north into the property?
Why don't I just show you the plan?
Okay.
Okay, Ryan, can you pull that up? I think we had 2 slides on that. There you go.
So the primary access on the left-hand, I'm sorry, Ryan Manassi for the record. The primary access on the left-hand side, you can see at the bottom. Let me see if the other slide shows a little bit better. There you go, on the right-hand side, on the bottom. You can see our 2 principal access points are that old frontage road or upper Alafia Court. The only cross-access is on the east there to the adjacent hotel property.
Right.
And again, that is in line with what they were approved with. So that was the cross-access we're required per code to provide
Understood.
as well.
Okay. All right, I get it.
No
Thank you
worries.
so much.
And then we were going to bring up clip 1 from County TV. I think.
Yeah, just here again on the letter is, this evolved about a week ago when we received it, and a series of emails led up to the letter of objection, and I'm providing you with the emails, but in any event, we got an offer, I guess you could say, from the adjacent developer to the east that if we would pay $218,000 toward road improvement costs on the 54-foot right-of-way, that they wouldn't object to our rezoning, and we had till Monday to do that, and I've given you the emails and the clerk as well. Yeah, I don't like to get into that stuff, but that's kind of the backstory on that, the letter. So take the letter with a grain of salt. There's some land use issues raised there about traffic, but it's authored by a lawyer, and in any event, that's the situation. So if we would have divvied up, I guess you could say, we wouldn't be having this discussion tonight. I'd like to play the video here because I think this, especially with the time constraint, this is at your hearing in 2023 with the attorney representing the project directly to the east, okay, that we're dealing with. And these are admissions by this attorney as to what the road was meant to do and who was going to pay for it. So clip number 1.
We don't need to go into the depth that we went in with staff to get here today. So to deal with entitlements, we use policy 19.3 for a mixed-use bonus in the existing flex approval, which was part of the existing approval. And then with transportation staff, you can see circled here in red, it says last parcel to develop, and then we have this future right-of-way area here circled. And what's happening here is FDOT and transportation staff want this old Gibson Tim Drive, this roadway here, to eventually connect through the PD. And there are conditions in place to make that happen, but as development progresses, the opportunity to locate that right-of-way gets smaller and smaller. And as that happens, we have to show where that right-of-way is going to be to ensure that future access spacing can be met and future design can actually be established, because none of that is known here. And so in the prior version, it's a little confusing, but this larger area here was the last parcel to develop, and it gave a range of areas that the right-of-way could be located. And what we've worked out with transportation staff is the right-of-way is going to be somewhere in here, which is, it's almost exact. There's some extra feet there, but it's pretty close. It's going to be designed in that area. And then this area here will be the last parcel to develop. And you'll notice all the arrows added to the plan. Okay. There wasn't enough space here to have all these access points. And so what will happen eventually is the access will come in through this future right-of-way, and then these parcels will have cross-access so that access spacing is properly achieved.
Okay, so that clearly demonstrates
also note.
Okay, clip 2's on? Okay, let's go to clip 2 then.
It's about 1 minute, 10 seconds, so it should be.
And with that, we do have a transportation engineer and civil engineer here. If there are any questions. I should note, while at the meeting today, I got a call from the council for the landowner to the west asking about the stormwater permitting for the roadway and stormwater retention for that right-of-way that I had pointed out. And I said that I would mention it on the record. The way the conditions are written, it's not clear who will construct that road. It's possible that the county would ask for the right-of-way and construct it if development happens in a certain way. And if it happens in another way, then the applicant may be on the hook to, or I should have said the landowner, not necessarily the applicant, may be on the hook to build that road. But whatever gets built, and whoever builds it, it'll have to comply with swift mud and provide the appropriate amount of drainage, et cetera. And so to alleviate the concern with stormwater, we would just say that the future permitting would require that that roadway have adequate stormwater capacity. With that, we'll answer any questions, and I have a packet.
Okay, that's good, thanks.
The record, basically, which is.
So the point being, it's clear the road was to be utilized by both our client and that developer. Actually, it's their sole access to their project. If we weren't even on the horizon, they would have to just dedicate the 54 feet of right-of-way and have access off that. And secondarily, in terms of the obligation to pay for the construction, you heard him say that it could be the county, it could be the developer or the property on the hook. So what happened is early last year, the developer elected to proceed at his own initiative to go forward with his project. And as a condition of approval for the construction plans, the county imposed the obligation to construct the 54-foot road in question. So that's where things stand right now. So I'd like to point out, Ms. Finch, also in the conditions here again, we're obligated to remove that entire stretch of road from the 54-foot right-of-way to Fern Hill. That's on us. And actually, it's kind of ironic. It abuts their property and really doesn't benefit our client. It seems like the county has everybody kind of chipping in, to pull this off, all these improvements. I'd also point out now they have cross-access to our project too, so a lot of their traffic can go through our project as well. So we're not going to have any adverse impact. I think the only change in trip generation is there's an increase in the PM peak of 109 trips per Links and Associates. So we're talking about a de minimis impact. And here again, I think Ryan mentioned the project next door squeezed everything they could out of every land use tool that the county has to avail itself to developers using the flex, using policy 19.3 and also a parking variance. And then in the back to the Grimes letter, she erroneously states that their existing cross-access will further be exacerbated by the situation. So that's just some kind of speculative statement. She's not qualified to render that opinion. And what she argues is clearly not evidence under the law. So in summary, there are no legitimate land use concerns relating to the impacts, and this is clearly a case relating to economics. So the developer is simply trying to thwart our client because of the opportunity provided by this major modification process, and therefore we don't believe there's any legitimate basis for their objections. And we have demonstrated through substantial competent evidence, consistency with the comp plan, compatibility with the surrounding area per the staff reports, and also compliance with all the procedural requirements of the Land Development Code. And accordingly, we would request your recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Jared Fallon with Development Services. So the subject site is located along Interstate 75 and near the intersection with Gibsonton Drive and fronts Alafia River to the north. The site is adjacent to PD 6-848, which permits a mixture of uses including multifamily, commercial neighborhood uses, business professional office uses, and a hotel. Multifamily units currently exist on one of the two adjacent parcels to the east, while the other is vacant but is approved for a hotel. So the main issue or the main concern we had with this project was the height of the hotel. We didn't have any issues with the uses or the changes, the entitlements with the modification, but with the 75-foot proposed height, we had some initial concerns, but the applicant is proposing or requiring a 2-to-1 setback for the hotel, and that also is required for the mini warehouse and the marina. And with the 20-foot setback buffer and the type B screening, we thought that our issues were addressed. And with that, we are going to support this modification, and I will turn it over to James Ratliff with Transportation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Ratliff.
Hello, good evening. James Ratliff with the Transportation Review Section. I did want to take the opportunity to point out there's a graphic that may help kind of explain the access a little bit. It's on page 10 of 19 of the staff report. And that's a graphic that was taken from the transportation staff report as a part of the prior certification conditions. You'll notice there's a red area that's shown on that plan. That red shaded area corresponds to that 54-foot right-of-way roughly. And the area shown in blue is that portion of the existing Alafia Court or the old Big Bend frontage road, which is being removed by the developer of the subject PD that we're hearing tonight. So just if that helps kind of orient, there's got to be a piece of that frontage road that remains that helps tie tonight's proposed zoning into that new 54-foot right-of-way and to the Alafia Preserve Avenue system as was originally envisioned on the PD to the east, which I'll get into here in just a moment. I do have Michelle Heinrich is going to submit the comments that I'm stating here to you tonight just into the record so that you'll have those as well. And I will skip over a couple of them that I think the videos that were played by the applicant here kind of took care of. So we have an objection letter dated March 20th, 2025 to the major modification that's tonight 250071 from the legal representative of the owners of those adjacent properties of the adjacent zoning. Most recently modified by 23-0414. Previously, that zoning had been modified as a part of 190778 and that sought to make certain changes to site access and project development requirements at that time. Is to do things like speaker box reductions and develop other high-intensity use, that would allow them to develop high-intensity uses that they might not have otherwise been able to construct. And those access changes that were made as a part of that were a result of changes in roadway conditions and FDOT policy due to operational and safety challenges at the intersection of Fernhill Drive and Gibsonton Drive, particularly given its proximity to the I-75 interchange, which has been occurring since the project's original approval via file 060848, and which necessitated signalization of Fernhill Drive and Gibsonton Drive instead of the adjacent PD's easternmost access, as was originally planned. So these changes required a re-review of project access and design, and the owner of the adjacent PD worked with the county to agree to a revised access arrangement and conditions which address the safety and operational concerns of the frontage road being too close to the signalized intersection, and the applicant's desire to extend Fernhill to Alafaya Preserve Avenue. So these conditions were agreed to, and the adjacent PD began incremental construction of their project. During the most recent modification of that, again, the 23414 case, they sought to increase the square footage of the hotel uses, and it was discovered that that applicant had not complied with certain conditions of the 2019 PD approval, including dedication and conveyance of the Fernhill Drive and Alafaya Preserve Avenue rights of way to the county, as well as additional right-of-way necessary to construct that alternative connection, that 54-foot road that we talked about, the one that's shown in red, which had to be removed due to the aforementioned safety and operational issues created by its close proximity. So the applicant and county staff agreed to condition revisions which allowed them additional time to comply with those zoning requirements. At the time of the 2023 modification, the adjacent PD's representative again testified that we were working through it, we were able to reach a resolution, and so I'll skip really that quote 5 and 6 of my letter there because you heard those videos today. So essentially we have the applicant of the adjacent PD acknowledging that there are issues and solutions that worked out with staff and which allowed us to come to agreement, support their zoning modification, and ultimately issue construction plan approvals that were based on these agreements, which are now under construction. There's a hotel project currently going vertical. And now that brings us to the aforementioned letter from the applicant's current representative, which doesn't seem to acknowledge the significant prior history. The county takes issues with multiple provisions of the letter. They state they were mandated by the county to relinquish their private property to provide all access to the property, which is the subject of tonight's modification. And this is a mischaracterization of those issues in the work and the agreements that occurred previously, as I previously outlined. They acknowledged issues with access that had to be worked out, and this is how they agreed to work those issues out. And while we thought that this arrangement made the most sense, that applicant of the adjacent PD had the opportunity to propose other alternatives that we at FDOT could have considered, but none were proposed. They stated that the cross-access and the connector roadway dedication requirements were imposed despite the fact that neither benefited their client, and that they appeared to be imposed for the sole benefit of property owners, which are the subject of tonight's hearing, and that their sole cost and expense. Again, we would like to point out that implementation of LDC requirements under the provision of safe and efficient access is required regardless of whether or not there's a perceived benefit to those requirements or a specific party. Staff would also like to note that the cost of compliance with the current access plan is not borne solely by a single party. Again, the developer of the adjacent PD was required to dedicate and convey roadways to the county. And I would point you to their PD 23414 zoning condition 7.2, which explicitly states that, quote, the developer shall have no obligation to construct any roadway improvements within the dedicated right-of-way, but shall be allowed driveway connections consistent with Hillsborough County access management regulations, end quote. The applicant of that adjacent PD chose to move forward with their development and include construction of the north-south connector roadway in one of their development plans so that they could move forward with that development. In fact, they had originally proposed to bring the roadway all the way down such that it connected with the existing frontage road, which staff noted was not supported unless they were also closing or removing the existing segment between the new connection and Fernhill Drive, since it would add traffic to an unsafe location that could affect the signalized intersection. And that was one of the issues that was a major driver of the revised configuration and previous zoning efforts on the adjacent property. Given this, they revised the plans to stop the extension of the roadway short of the frontage road, which then made completion and removal of those existing segments east of the intersection of the frontage road and the new north-south roadway, as well as other improvements that have been specified as conditions of approval for the hearing, for tonight's hearing, the financial responsibility of the developer who's here tonight. You may find it a little confusing that we proposed a condition for tonight's case, C6.1 in the master staff report, which requires the developer of the subject PD to construct that north-south roadway within the 54-foot right-of-way. And it may be confusing, as I told you earlier, that the developer of the adjacent PD opted to move forward to construct a portion of that that's under construction. Well, we kept that as a condition of this PD since the developer of the adjacent PD could stop construction of that facility, and which would mean that if this developer wanted to move forward, they would have to step in and finish the roadway. Or in the event it was, deemed needed to be ripped out for some reason, they would have to put the whole thing in. So this is really just a belt and suspenders item, if you will. Any financial arrangements that the two parties want to work out between themselves as an issue between private parties, the county will not get involved. And as I've mentioned, all parties are going to bear costs in either the dedication and conveyance of right-of-way, construction of certain elements, or in the county's case, taking over maintenance of current private roadway facilities in order to facilitate this access arrangement. Back to the letter, they state that there's an increase in intensity proposed by the major mod that further exacerbates the impact on the cross-access and the connector roadway dedication requirements, and it goes on to state that it will adversely affect the volume and circulation in their client's hotel parking lot. We note that it appears the applicant is fundamentally misunderstanding the purpose and use of cross-access, which is defined in Article 12 as a vehicular and/or pedestrian connection between abutting properties, which permits the exchange of trips between the two adjacent sites without the need to use the public street system. So, for example, if somebody that was staying in the adjacent project's hotel wanted to visit the marina in this project, it could utilize the cross-access, but it's not meant to facilitate travel through the two sites. So, if the applicants wanted to come in, do a joint PRS application to remove the cross-access connection, staff would evaluate that for compliance with 60403Q standards and proceed accordingly. It wouldn't change the overall access arrangement that's been described here tonight in the adjacent PD. Similarly, we don't understand their concerns regarding increased traffic to the connector roadway. We note that a locally classified roadway generally has a capacity of 5,000 AADT, and the proposed project is anticipated to generate an average daily trips, which only utilize about 51.9% of that capacity. So based on the location of project entitlements within their PD, we also determined that the exceedance of this generalized capacity was unlikely, and hence why a width of 54 feet, which corresponds to the TTM typical Section 3 non-residential subtype, was arrived at when designing the adjacent project. We're unaware of any data or analysis on the record which indicates otherwise. And lastly, Ms. Grimes stated in her letter that her client is being forced to shoulder the entire burden of costs of access to the major mod property is unreasonable, unfair, and in contravention of the Land Development Code. And again, I think we pointed out why nobody's forced the applicant to submit their previous zoning applications or agree to the revised access arrangement, which they did, and how all costs are not being borne by the developers of the adjacent PD. And also how coming up with a safe and efficient project access, which reflects changes to the corridor over time, not only benefited all visitors and residents of the county who travel through that interchange and intersection, but also were necessary to facilitate development of the entitlements and the access arrangements they preferred within their PD. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Just real quick, I just want to confirm something. I think you said this, but I just want to make sure I understand. So the condition to build the road appears in both plan developments for the simple fact of ensuring that the road gets built. And who builds it is who goes in first. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the adjacent PD included conditions that required the dedication of the right-of-way either within 90 days of the request of the county or by a time certain to, I think it was September, a date in September of this year. So once that right-of-way is there, it was going to be available. Say the adjacent project may be stalled and didn't move forward, and this developer who's subject here tonight did want to move forward, that right-of-way would be there for them to come in and construct the roadway and effectuate that revised access plan. But either way, in this case, the adjacent developer decided to proceed ahead of the developer, which is the subject of tonight's hearing, and build a piece of it, and so that was certainly their right to do that. That's what they did.
Understood. All right. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. All right.
Certainly.
We've gone so long, I forgot where we are. So, Ms. Heinrich, we're done with Development Services, right? Okay. Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The site is in the Community Mixed Use 12 Future Land Use category, is in the Urban Service Area, and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. The proposal meets Objective 8 as residential, commercial, multi-purpose, and mixed-use projects are allowed within these categories. The proposal also meets the intent of Future Land Use Element Objective 16 and its accompanying policies that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mixed uses, therefore the proposed residential use will complement the surrounding area. The mixed-use project will complement the community and area, therefore the subject site is consistent with both the Riverview and South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plans outlined in the Livable Communities element. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. At this time, we'll call for anyone who would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition? All right. How many people would like to speak? Just two?
It's one. We're here together, but we might split the time if that's okay.
That's fair. Okay. While you're coming up, whoever, is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? All right. You have 15 minutes, however you'd like to allocate it.
If I could have 10 minutes, and if I don't use the entire time,
Yeah.
Perfect. I appreciate
We
that.
could limit it to 15 altogether. That would be awesome.
Yes, perfect. No problem. I will commit to that. My name is Giovanni Geritana. I'm an attorney at Bradley, and my address is 1001 Water Street, Suite 1000, Tampa, Florida. And I'm here representing 3 property owners that are being will be adversely affected by this proposed modification. That's Alafia Crossings Acquisitions, LLC, Gibsonton RE4, LLC, and Riverview Hotel Investment Group, LLC. These are all property owners that are just east of the applicant's property. I know we've seen a lot of maps, but I would also like to provide some context of what we're looking at. This here is the applicant's property that's subject to this PD. This here is the hotel that is being developed. It's owned by Riverview Hotel Investment Group. These 3 parcels are owned by Alafia Crossings Acquisitions. This parcel here is owned by Gibsonton RE4 LLC. This is the Alafia Preserve. This is the access road that we've been talking about. There's also this upper Alafia Court, which is also an access road. The 54-foot right-of-way that we've been talking about crosses right through here, and it's a part of a PD subjects to all of these parcels that are here highlighted in red, and I think that becomes important, which I'll explain later. We've delivered, and it's been mentioned, and it's been gone through in great detail by Mr. Ratcliffe, an objection letter on March 20th, 2025 by Ms. Grimes. And I'll enter that officially into the record for this hearing, just to be sure that it's a part of the record. We reiterate the objections that are presented in our written objection, and this evening is to supplement that objection. It was said that this is not a land use issue. It absolutely is a land use issue. We're talking about a proposed modification. We want to be here if it's not a land use issue. A proposed modification that increases the intensity of the land. We're also talking about a right-of-way, and who bears the burden and the expense of developing and constructing the proposed crossroad. My client, and it's been discussed, has two primary objections this evening. The first has to do with the cross-access road that goes through my client's hotel parking lot and the increased traffic on that cross-access road because of the proposed increased intensity of the development proposed in the modification. When the cross-access road was considered, it wasn't being taken into consideration, the increased intensity that is being proposed in this modification. And there are concerns about the maintenance, the liability that is involved with the increased traffic that will be a part of that cross-access road if the proposed modification is approved.
Can I interrupt? I just want to make sure we've got the terminology right. So when you say cross-access road, you're talking about the connection, the east-west connection between the subject property and your client's property.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. There's the cross-access road, and then there's the connector road. The connector road connects Lafayette Preserve Avenue with Upper Lafayette Court.
Understood. Thank you.
The cross-access road, the way it is proposed, goes through my client's hotel parking lot. It's a single aisle that connects Lafayette Preserve Avenue to the applicant's property. So the first concern is the cross-access road. The second has to do with the connector road between the Lafayette Preserve and the Upper Lafayette Court and the cost of construction of that connector road and who bears the burden of that. For the cross-access road, the increase in development is, let me see if I can. There was a suggestion that there isn't very much an increased impact and an increased intensity. There's 100 spaces presently approved of low-impact recreational vehicle storage, and that's changing to a more intense use of 90,000 square feet of mini warehouse space. But more importantly, the second increase that is of concern is 70 hotel rooms that are presently approved to 240 hotel rooms. So that's more than tripling the size of the hotel that was initially a part of when everybody was discussing the cross-access road and the cross-connector road. This increased intensity was not being considered in those discussions. The staff report acknowledges the increased intensity and indicates that the proposed increased intensity will almost triple the volume of traffic. I'm not sure Mr. Bentley's comment that it would be minuscule traffic increase when the staff report indicates that the increase will be almost triple. One of the concerns with the cross-access road is that it was not designed to accommodate the large volume of traffic that will be generated by this increased intensity. And we've looked at, I think we've seen some examples already, but I want to just show it again. We're talking about just an aisle of a parking lot aisle as the cross-access road. And when you think practically what that will mean, if you have a connector road from here to here, or here to here, that's the proposed connector road to provide frontage access to the property, and then you have a cross-access through here, what do you think is going to happen? What's going to happen is travelers are going to go through the cross-access road to get there quicker. They're not going to want to go around. So the idea that the cross-access road will have increased traffic is absolutely going to come into play. As a driver myself, I would probably use the cross-access road because it's just easier to get to. We acknowledge that as part of our modification, we agreed to have this and dedicate this cross-access. But again, we agreed with the intensity that was in play at the time. And with increased intensity, We don't think it's appropriate to maintain the cross-access road any longer, except for with the condition of limiting it to emergency access only. And so what we are asking is for a condition, a revision to the condition, or an addition to the conditions to include language that the cross-access road will only be allowable for limited to emergency access. I will also enter these into the record. This is language of our proposed changes to the existing conditions, and the change is to, the first change is to condition number 5, and our proposed language is in blue. Provided, however, cross-access to from the adjacent parcel to the east, MM 230414, which is the PD of my client's property, is limited to emergency access. As far as the second concern, it relates to the connector road that is to be constructed between the Upper Lafayette Court and the Lafayette Preserve Avenue. And the proposed condition doesn't require the applicant to reimburse my client for the connector work already completed. And you've heard that this has become quite an issue. Under the current PD conditions of my client's property, which is MM 230414, they were required to dedicate a 54 public right-of-way to allow for a connection between Lafayette Preserve and Upper Lafayette Court. That is not in dispute. That's something we agreed to.
Allison, help me with time here. So did you start at 15? Okay. Sir, you have about 5 minutes left.
Thank you. This is a part of our PD condition. Developer shall have no obligation to construct any roadway improvements within the dedicated right-of-way, but shall be allowed driveway connections consistent with Hillsborough County access management regulations. There is nothing in the dedication of the 54 right-of-way that obligates my client to construct the connector road. However, the conditions in the staff report do require the applicant to construct the road. Unlike the PD conditions you see here, the PD conditions that are being proposed by the staff do require them to construct the road. And so what we are proposing to condition 6 is a change. Oh, I guess that darkens it. All right. Thank you. That's fine. A change to 6.1 with the addition of the language and reimburse the developer of MM 230414 for all costs already expended for partial construction of said connector roadway. Lastly, there was an objection made by another property owner. The objection was made today, and I will be entering this into the record as well.
May I ask, do you represent the other property owner?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, do you represent the other property owner?
I do not represent the other property owner, but I've been made aware that this objection has been made. And I'm entering their letter into the record.
All right, sir, let's keep moving on. Understood.
I want to go back to this real quick.
About 3 minutes left if you have someone else that would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This, again, is the property subject to the applicant's property. This owner objects, this owner objects, this owner objects, this owner objects, this owner objects. And these parcels here are also a part of the same ownership of this parcel. And so they also object to the proposed modification. Thank you.
Sir, if you could please sign in. Good evening.
Ronald Scaglione. I am the developer to the east, and I just want to bring everyone to make them aware of what was said. Back in 2019, Mike Williams approached us going into this first 2019 hearing, and he basically said, hey, we have a problem. We need access to this property to the west. We negotiated with Steve Henders, who's here tonight, an access point to occur at a later time for that property. As you can see in 7.2 and 2 rezonings, we were adamant about the fact that not first to come in would pay for this, but the property to the west would pay for the paving. Now, through multiple permittings, the hotel and my last phase, which now is underway, Mr. Ratcliffe forced upon us the driveway for the hotel to be located because of some technicality that he wouldn't do a variance on this roadway that now benefits the property to the west. When I went in, for 5 months, we were delayed on our approval for the hotel. Finally, we gave in. On my zoning, for multiple times, we submitted the first request for our permitting with no roadway because we didn't want to construct it. And Mr. Ratcliffe, again, forced us, because I didn't need the access of this road for circulation, to put this road in. I'm not going to take this without a fight all the way to whatever it takes in any legal courts. I gave $250,000 worth of land to the county to solve their problem, and now they're trying to force me another $200,000 worth of improvements for the benefit of the property to the west. And I just want to put on the record that 7.2 in my rezonings, both of them were clearly put in there to protect my interest in my property. And now we have this property owner to the west that wants to take advantage of our improvements and our land. And I don't think it's proper for the county, and they've done this for their self-serving need to benefit that property owner for his access. And I want to correct Mr. Bentley's statement that we caused this matter. No, the state of Florida DOT caused this matter. When I came in and my first project, number 1, the DOT told me we could not have access on Upper Alafaya Court because they were going to condemn it later on and add to the bridge that goes across. So they would not allow us access. Then that access closed down. The county had a problem because they had no access for that western property. We helped them out, and I expect them now to stand good for what they told us, and that was that under no circumstance were I to pay for these improvements. I donated the land, and I think that's enough. And I'm giving also the rest of the roadway, which now is private, that to the county for right-of-way.
Thank you so much. Please sign in, sir.
Can you state your address for the record?
6300.
I need you on the microphone.
Yeah,
please.
I'm sorry, you have to be on the microphone.
6300 Sagewood Drive, Park City, Utah.
Thank you so much. All right, so that closes opposition testimony. We'll go back to Development Services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
Nothing further from me. I don't know if Mr. Ratliff has any other comments.
All right, because he was addressed, I'll allow it. Mr. Ratliff, if you have something short you'd like to say?
Sure. For the record, James Ratliff, I think the last speaker was referring, the issues that they were referring to, just to put on the record, was access spacing issues that they weren't able to meet with respect to the access to the Alafaya. Excuse me, I get these names mixed up. Excuse me, Alafaya Preserve Avenue. So that was the issue that he was referring to, was that he was unable to meet access spacing and the administrative variances that he, I think, ended up not asking for, and so that's when they decided to construct the roadway, just to make that clear for the record.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Sure. I appreciate it. All right, then we'll go back. Mr. Bentley, you have the last word. 5 minutes for rebuttal. Okay. I'll allow a little extra time because we've gone on so long just to address these issues, but if you can try to keep it to that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, no problem. Thank you very much. Just a couple things. In the backup, you'll see condition number 7 to the major mod to the east, which says that the existing Gibsonton provides primary access to the parcels located to the west, and as a result of the approval of this project and the layout of its transportation network, that was going to be eliminated. So that's the genesis for us going through the 54 feet. In your backup, I have an email here. It's dated March 20th, 2025. It's from Miss Gina Grimes to my law office, Mark, Ryan, and Steve. I did not hear back from Mark yesterday regarding my client's request for reimbursement. They had requested $218,000 a couple days earlier. With the hearing on Monday, my client directed me to send the objection letter today. Please advise ASAP regarding your client's position. If we can resolve this by Monday, we can withdraw the objection. So if my client would have wrote a check for $218,000, they wouldn't have objected on these obscure land use issues. With respect to the cross access to their hotel, we put the arrow where the county wanted us to put it. If they want us to put it somewhere else so it doesn't go into their hotel parking lot, that's fine. Concerning, I don't know this gentleman's name, and I apologize, but I think it's Giovanni or in any event, he's an advocate, he's an attorney, he's not an engineer. He wasn't qualified to testify on all these transportation and engineering issues. You heard all the technical experts speak tonight. You heard James Ratliff actually go through line by line and rebut all the assertions and speculation in Ms. Grimes' letter. You heard Mr. Henry testify there wouldn't be any adverse effects on the transportation network, nor in the adjacent parking lots. And I think James mentioned that too. It's just cross access, it's not a road. So I guess the question is, they're complaining about building the road, so why are they building the road? Okay, because they wanted to proceed with their project. And as all of their access, and I showed you, when we started our conversation tonight, I showed you that one graphic with the arrows. Every one of their parcels has access only from the 54-foot right-of-way. They need it as much or more than we do, okay? They need that road. So it's not just kind of a little add-on. If they didn't have the 54 feet, they couldn't get to their parcels because they don't have direct access off Alafire Preserve. So once again, I think we've met our burden of proof here, and we respectfully request a positive recommendation to the board. Unless you have any questions, I think that's it.
No further questions.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, with that, we'll close major modification 25-0071. It's now 10 o'clock. We'll take another 5-minute break. And that clock on the back says 03, so let's just make it 10:10, and we'll resume the hearing. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're resuming the March 24th, 2025 zoning hearing master hearing. With that, Ms. Heinrich, we're ready to call the next case.
Our next item is item D4, Major Mod 25-0136. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 10-0137. Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff comments after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening. I think your mic is on. There you go. It's on. If it's red, it's on. So you need to turn it on. There you go.
All right. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Ms. Finch, this is a fairly straightforward case. It's an existing PD. It has BPO and commercial entitlements already. It's approved for an ALF, I believe 250 beds. And the point of tonight's exercise is really just to expound and refine those entitlements a little bit. We're really not asking for anything more than was originally proposed. There's a fairly sophisticated program of a trip cap, any limitation on the FAR. You'll see that in about a page and a half of printed text in the conditions. Isabel Albert's going to go through that for you, just so we make sure we understand everything. We're on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't forget to sign in.
Good evening, Isabel Albert with 1000 North Ashley Drive. I am a certified planner, and I'm here assisting Mr. Malloy. So the site is located on U.S. Highway 301 in Riverview. It's probably one of the last few sites that's left to be developed on this heavy highway. It's about 8.73 acre site, which is a portion of a larger PD, and it is located in the urban service area. Surrounding areas, typically what you would see along major roadways, you'll have the commercial along the major roadway with a residential behind. We have a Publix shopping center over here. Then we have some commercial, vacant commercial. This is a mini warehouse, and this is where our plan development starts, this plan development here. We have medical offices here, and TECO substation is over here with some office and medical uses further to the south. Future land use, we are located in the SMU 6, and across the street is residential 6 with some high-intensive commercial, industrial uses further to the south. And the zoning is kind of mostly planned development with some mixed use in the area, ranging from commercial and residential and office. The request is for a major modification for Parcel B. Parcel B is located here in this light red area. This is the mini warehouse over here with the buildings over here. This is the medical office, and then they have the retention pond in the back. Part of this request is to reduce the square footage for the medical office, add commercial general uses with some exceptions that are located in the conditions and within the staff report. It's also to limit the restaurant with drive-throughs 200 feet away from the residential to the south, to the west. So basically limit if there's any restaurant with drive-through, limit to be this area along the front. Add mini warehouse use, and also to add an access that's right in and right out on 301. Development Services reviewed it. They see the trend of the rural to commercial uses along US 301. I don't know if you recall, but this roadway expanded from a 2-lane to a 4- and 6-lane. And they find that the development standard, restricted uses, requirement with the LDC, the scale of the development, and we also have, it's kind of limited because we do have a wetland in the middle of the site, does help the site to be supportable, recommended approval. Part of the conditions that we are providing, again, it was that 200-foot setback from the west for any restaurant with drive-throughs, and that includes the parking, the drive-through area, or anything like that. But also we are providing architectural standards for the mini warehouse use. Planning Commission had some concerns with compatibility by introducing fast food and restaurant drive-through adjacent to residential development. This request, we felt like it does meet this policy, especially since it's located along a highway, a major, again, highway north-south in the county, by limiting the location of the drive-throughs 200 feet away from residential use over here And then by doing that, we are being sensitive to the residential development to the west. They also had concerns with adding the mini warehouse and the commercial uses, and they felt that was too intense for the residential development to the west. Again, the report does feel that there is an approved mini warehouse on site. It's immediately adjacent to it without additional architectural conditions. So in this case, the additional design with the conditions to the mini warehouse, as well as the additional setback for the drive-through, does mitigate any of these concerns. And the intensity is also reduced by the presence of the wetland on site. Neighborhood protection, they felt that it was too intense, adjacent to immediate residential development to the west. Again, we're going to this 200-foot setback, additional design requirements, and all of that addresses the compatibility. The site does not meet commercial location criteria. So this is interesting with the policies 4.7. To consider neighborhood serving commercial uses, you have to be located. One of many criteria, one of them is FDOT on an arterial roadway, which US 301 is. But the closest qualifying intersection is Crestside Boulevard. This is the road that's over here, but it is a T intersection. So therefore, we would meet the location criteria within 500 feet of that intersection. That falls within the wetland. So, but if you look on the other side, in the Res 6 future land use, they meet that requirement. So on one side of the road, you meet the commercial location criteria, you can request all these uses, but not on the other side. It is a 6-lane at this point, a 6-lane major arterial roadway. And the restaurant drive-throughs are neighborhood serving uses. You'll find them typically in these heavy corridors, but you'll have some residential behind. And this site, we are adding the access on US 301 just to clearly orient the use towards that highway. The Riverview South Shore Community Plan, the Planning Commission does see that the proposal does meet the intent of the corridor, but felt like Goal 1 of the Riverview seeks to achieve a better design and density that are compatible with the Riverview vision, and they felt like there was not appropriate provision and compatible buffers and transition, and therefore they felt that it does not meet that. I'm in a different opinion that, again, by providing the additional setback, providing the design, additional architectural design components, does meet the vision of the community plan. Request for approval. We felt like there's no compatibility concerns with the enhanced buffer, the enhanced setback, the architectural design. It's located on a major FDOT arterial roadway, and the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Riverview South Shore Community Plan. I'm here if you have any questions.
Just a quick one about the existing mini warehouse in the PD that's in Parcel A.
Yes.
When was that developed, and how did that meet commercial locational criteria?
That meets the commercial location criteria because it's just within that 1,000-foot distance. It actually ends right somewhere along this area here.
Okay.
And it was developed, I don't know the top of my head. No, but it was, I will confirm, and I will take a look at that when exactly it was developed. But
the bigger part of that question was the commercial locational criteria, which you answered. So
8 years ago, it wasn't like, it's not an old one. It's pretty new.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Malloy, does that conclude your presentation? All right, thank you. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Sam Ball, Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to Pocket B of Plan Development 10-137. This modification would change one of the two existing options and create a third option. The proposed modification would allow for up to 50,000 square feet of limited commercial general uses and up to 150,000 square feet of mini warehouse uses. The request also proposes a reduction in allowable BPO uses from 101,674 square feet to 75,000 square feet. The CG and the BPO uses, there's a way that they could possibly blend those, but they'd still have to keep the FAR under 0.25. The subject property is located along the western side of US 301, approximately 1/4 mile south of Sims Road. The development pattern in the area mostly consists of single-family and retail use. The abutting properties to the north are developed for medical office and many warehouse use. The property to the south is developed for utility use. Each of these properties are in the same PD as the subject property. The properties to the east of 301 and immediately west are developed for single-family use. The mini warehouse use would be allowed to exceed the 0.25 FAR limit based on design standards that were offered by the applicant and accepted by the Planning Commission. These standards are included in the proposed conditions. The proposed conditions also include a requirement that prohibits restaurants with drive-through facilities within the western 200 feet of the property. Prohibited CG uses also include vehicle sales, minor and major auto repair, convenience stores with gas pumps and gas stations, and recyclable material recovery facilities. Staff finds the development pattern in the area is trending from rural to commercial along this area of US 301. Additionally, staff also finds that with the proposed development standards, restricted uses, requirements within the LDC that are not being waived or varied, the scale of development will be limited to the amount of due to the amount of and location of wetlands on the site, and an access road that will create additional separation between the building envelope and the residential properties to the west. The architectural enhancements required for the mini warehouse, all this will adequately mitigate the impacts to the neighboring properties. Therefore, staff finds a modification compatible with zoning and development pattern area and approvable subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Planning Commission.
Hello, Mickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category, is in the urban service area and within the limits of the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community plan. Although the proposed use may be considered in the SMU 6 future land use category and the approved uses are deemed to be compatible with the existing development pattern surrounding the subject site, the proposed addition of a mini warehouse facility and commercial general uses with the exception of gas stations, minor and major auto repair, and recyclable material recovery are too intense in regard to the single-family residential uses located directly west of the subject site. The applicant has proposed exceptions to the type of commercial general uses that will be considered on the subject site. Planning Commission staff recognize these mitigation measures, but there are still a broad range of uses that could be considered that have not been excluded from this proposal. For instance, fast food restaurants with drive-thrus would be allowed for consideration with this modification, which would be distinctly out of character with the single-family residential development directly adjacent to the subject site, subject property to the west. Therefore, the proposed major modification does not align with policy direction regarding neighborhood protection. The proposed rezoning does not meet future land use element objective 16 and policies 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 that relate to neighborhood protection. There are single-family homes directly to the west of the property. Light commercial and light industrial uses exist to the north of the subject site. The proposed modification would introduce a development pattern that is too intense for the surrounding area and is inconsistent with policy direction related to compatibility. Additionally, the site does not meet commercial locational criteria. Due to the incompatibility, Planning Commission staff cannot support a waiver to CLC. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Malloy, you have the last word with rebuttal.
I don't think I have anything to rebut except the Planning Commission, and just to their point, we completely expected a bit of a fight from the neighbors behind us. Obviously, I think no one's here this evening, and I'm hopeful that all the mitigation efforts and the uses we excluded, the architectural features were persuasive. That sign was up there for a long time. I'd also like to just briefly address the commercial locational criteria. We are almost equidistant between Sims Road and I believe it's Crestside Boulevard to the south. Both of those are qualifying intersections. We're just stuck right in the middle. And then the southern end of our site is wetlands, which is undevelopable. As Isabel said, with the T criteria for the locational criteria there, we just don't meet it. But we're on a 6-lane undivided federal highway. Divided federal highway. And I personally believe this is as commercial as it gets in South County here on 301. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Then with that, we'll close major modification 25-0136 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D5, PD 25-0140. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR and PD to PD. And Chris Graylenard with Development Services will present staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here?
Yes. Good evening. Isabel Albert with HAF, 1000 North Ashley Drive. This quick request. This is on Ninth Street in Waimama. It's about 11.74 acres in the urban service area, and the surrounding area is mixed-use development of commercial and office and retail and residential in the area. Future land use is residential 6. WVR2 is located to the north, and the zoning is a mixture of planned development during zoning conformance, agricultural rural with some residential development surrounding the site. The request is for 40 lots at 50-foot wide lots. Development Services and Planning Commission staff both recommended approval. There's no objections from reviewing agencies, and we are requesting for approval. And I'm here if you have any questions.
No questions. Thank you so much.
I just want to clarify that we are going to be doing a companion PRS to remove our site from the PD that I just talked about.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm here
for
if you
that.
have any questions.
Appreciate it. If you could
Thank
sign
you.
in. Development Services.
Chris Graylenard again, Development Services. Here to present PD 25-140. The applicant proposes to rezone 11.74 acre property containing 4 parcels from PD and AR to PD 25-0140 to allow for 40 single-family detached dwelling units with a minimum 50-foot lot width. As was stated previously, a companion minor modification, PRS 25-420 has been filed that will remove the 3 parcels located in the old PD into this new PD if approved. The area consists of single-family residential. The subject property is designated residential 6. The future land use map, the Planning Commission finds the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. The surrounding uses are similar to the request, single-family residential. Therefore, the rezoning of the subject parcel from PD and AR to PD 25-140 to allow for 40 single-family detached dwelling units would be consistent with the existing zoning pattern of the area. We find it approvable. Glad to answer any questions you might have.
None at this time, but
Thank
you
you.
so much. Planning Commission.
Willa Mickey, Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the residential 12 future land use category in the urban service area and within the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The proposal meets the intent of future land use element objective 16, which requires new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. Goal 12 and objective 12-1 of the community design component of the future land use element requires new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is mostly single family and 2-family uses. Therefore, the proposed rezoning will complement the surrounding area. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? No. Anyone in opposition? No one? Ms. Heinrich?
Nothing further,
Ms.
ma'am.
Albert? Nothing. Okay, then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0140. Let me just say real quick, we have 6 cases left. The policy of the county is I cannot open a case past midnight. So I would urge you to try to make things brief, short, and make sure that whoever that is on the last on the agenda gets their hearing heard. So with that, let's call the next case.
Our next item is item D6, PD 25-0143. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD and RDC 12 to PD. And James Baker with Development Services will provide staff findings.
All right, is the applicant here? Yes. Good evening.
Good evening, Colin Rice with the law firm of Older Lundy, 1000 West Cass Street. I have been sworn here on behalf of the applicant. We do have Leannis Moreau and Jonathan Cully here from the applicant team this evening. In the spirit of complying with policy, I will be brief tonight.
Thank you.
I do have some visuals for you. So we're looking to propose a rezoning to allow for 44 total dwelling units on 3.7 acres. So it's 2 parcels. Currently, one is zone PD 840300 and RDC 12. The PD was modified a couple of years back. Our client acquired the eastern portion that had started construction. The developer sold to our team, and they have nearly finished the western portion, which we'll refer to as phase 1. This effort is to bring the immediately adjacent east parcel, which is an equivalent parcel, into the project and largely mirror that development. So to orient you, we're located in the urban service area, very close to the city of Tampa jurisdictional limits, west of 301, south of MLK. To the north, we have RSC 9, west RDC 12, east RDC 12, and to the south, we have CG. And zooming in, you can see these 2 equivalent parcels. And again, along the property on the western side, these are the footprints of, and it's a little further along, but you can see the development has already commenced on this portion of the property. And so next I'll show you the site plan that represents largely a mirroring of this development pattern. So zoomed in portion of the site plan. Again, phase 1, nearly constructed. Phase 2, largely for approval this evening. I want to point out a couple of things just for clarification. So access is proposed here along the northwest to serve the entire site. And there are 20 units nearly completed in phase 1. Phase 2 will add 24, and within the future land use category, we're within the limits for the aggregate site. So we've worked with the county. We appreciate all their efforts through this process. We do have slightly modified conditions of approval, which I'll supply for you this evening, and I've worked with Ms. Heinrich and appreciate her efforts on this as well. To clarify the modifications of the conditions in the staff report, there are 2 changes. One is for the southern setback, the initial, and in the staff report it indicates 100 feet. Because the developed building is right about at 100 feet, we requested some wiggle, so we're at 90, and that works for everybody. And the other is to revise the construction access to be considered at the time of site development, just because we don't want to, the phase 1 could be occupied. We don't want to be overly disruptive. So we have no agency objections of record. It's been across the board support. Again, we're grateful to staff for their hard work on this. It's supported by numerous comprehensive plan policies listed here. We do have one design exception that has already been found approvable by transportation staff. At the end of the day, the county needs additional housing stock. This is an appropriate place found compatible by all reviewing agencies. It's not in the coastal high hazard area. This is a place where it makes a lot of sense. So with that, I'll conclude. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll submit a copy of these slides for the record, and I have 3 copies of the conditions, one for you, Ms. Finch, for staff, and for the clerk. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. No further questions. All right, Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, James Baker, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone 2 1.85 acre tracts, PD and RDC 12, respectively, to a planned development to facilitate a residential single-family development at a density of 12 dwelling units per acre, or up to a maximum of 44 dwelling units. Subject site is composed of 2 folios and is generally located at East 21st Avenue. The surrounding area is primarily residential, with most properties developed with single-family homes, but also includes duplex housing development. The adjacent zonings are primarily residential, but also includes a property to the north that is zoned planned development. The lot development standards for the proposed planned development are standards of the RDC 12 zoning district, with 3,500 square foot lots and a minimum width of 40 feet. The maximum height of the development is proposed to be 35 feet. The density of the development is 12 lots per acre and will be allowed a maximum of 44 units. Development Services does not foresee any compatibility concerns with the proposed development. The density of the proposed development is appropriate for the area and does not pose any negative impacts to surrounding residential uses. You have any further questions?
No, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony. Planning Commission.
Willamicki Planning Commission staff. I do apologize. I believe I read this testimony last time for the last case.
Oh, well.
But we found the 250140 consistent. Same with this, and I can reread it if you would like.
For the prior case, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, because you submitted the
Okay.
into the record, so that's fine. So you can just go ahead. If
Okay.
you want to give a shortened version of your testimony, that would be
Sure.
great.
The site is in the Res 12 future land use category, is in the urban service area and within the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan. The proposal meets FLU Objective 16, Objective 12.1 of the community design component. They recognize the existing community to be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County comprehensive plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Rice, you have the last word.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0143 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D7, PD 25-0145. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to planned development. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Michael Lerman. I live at 1050 Water Street, Tampa, Florida. I'm here representing 10708 Bryan Road LLC as the authorized agent here of a request for a PD for 10706 Bryan Road. As you can see, we have a beautiful picture here to make everybody happy and aesthetically pleasing. The subject, how do I go back? Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Subject parcel is located in a quickly changing urban area. It currently is zoned agriculture. It fall within the urban mixed use of a 20 unit per acre future land use. We are seeking a PD and asking for a density bonus for affordable housing. The density bonus will take us up to 35 dwelling units per acre. A lot of the improvements, if you see here from the south side of Bryan Road, have already started due to a prior development. The prior development is well over 250 units. And at the time of when we submitted to start this process, the infrastructure wasn't quite in. It now has pretty much come to a completion there. Bryan Road has been improved, as well as Williams Road coming in. We are aware that we'll need an additional turning lane to occupy the additional traffic growth that we anticipate to add, of which is in the sufficiency review. It is also in an area quickly changing, like I mentioned. It has easy access to the interstate, and we don't foresee any significant changes to traffic patterns that will affect the area, again, for affordable housing. For this density bonus, we have already done a lot of the criteria of which we have to, in good faith, we've executed the LURA agreement. We also have, if I need to, do I need to provide, we've gone ahead and gotten some HUD financing approvals. Do we need to provide that into evidence?
You can submit whatever you'd like into the record.
Okay. Then that is all. Unless we have any other questions, I tried to keep this as short and sweet as possible.
I appreciate that. No further questions. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Don't forget to sign in.
Yes.
Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim Lampkin, Development Services. So I will do a brief overview. The applicant did a good job at going through the application. The applicant's proposing a development of 108 multifamily affordable residential units. It's on a 3.1 acre unified development consisting of one property. Surrounding the property is PD 12-0196, which is approved for 650,000 square feet hotel, light industrial warehouse uses, multifamily up to 20 dwelling units. The applicant is proposing relief from the 2-for-1 setback, which is detailed in the report. And within the narrative request regarding the supportive relief includes design features such as a 6-foot masonry wall surrounding all adjacent properties, excluding the perimeter areas. Additionally, the applicant does note that there's a approximately 275-foot area developed with a retention pond and green space to the north, which is approximately 125 feet. The applicant is requesting a few variations on the west property boundary. The applicant proposes a 10-foot wide buffer with type A screening, when the required buffer is a 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening. The applicant proposes a north A, as shown on the site plan, variation of the buffer. The applicant's proposing a 10-foot buffer with type A screening. The required buffer is a 30-foot wide buffer with type C screening. The east A boundary, the applicant proposes a 10-foot wide buffer with type A screening, and the required buffer is a 30-foot wide buffer with type C screening. The applicant did provide additional justification that was included in the applicant's submittal for variations. And the only other thing I'd like to say, per the applicant's presentation, they stated the LURA was complete. It's actually in process. It's in the report. It's under additional information in section 7, and it's not a fully executed, and there may be minor changes that Office of the County Attorney, Development Services, Affordable Housing continues working with the applicant, and before they qualify for the 108, it will be fully executed at that point. And that concludes my presentation, unless you have any questions.
Just one question based on your testimony. I saw the variations to reduce the buffer and so forth.
Yes.
I didn't see the the request for relief from the 2-to-1 setback.
They kind of buried it within their narrative. They didn't have a section for it, but yeah, they definitely did. And they also have it within So some of the justification for that, they wove into their variation request. So it's in there. You kind of have to.
So, and it's not technically a waiver because they're
Correct.
asking for a PD, so, okay.
Correct. It's just relief. It's a standard that we look at for compatibility reasons. And so for that reason, that's why they wove it into the narrative and instead of, because the standard's it's less than the variation, obviously, which
Right.
you don't need to make a recommendation upon. It's really the overall more of a holistic approach for the relief of the compatibility standard.
All right, understood. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're
Planning
welcome.
Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Urban Mixed Use 20 Future Land Use category, is in the Urban Service Area and within the Seffner-Mango Community Plan. Objective 1.3 and Policy 1.3.1 of the Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan state that density bonuses will be utilized as an incentive to encourage the development of more affordable housing. With approval of the affordable housing density bonus applied, the proposal is consistent with FLU Objective 8, Objective 1, and its associated policies relating to maximizing growth in the urban service area and calculating density. Policy 16.1 requires development in residential areas to be limited to a neighborhood scale. There are light industrial uses to the west of the subject site. The applicant has included buffering and screening techniques, allowing for a gradual transition of intensity moving eastward towards established neighborhoods. The proposal meets the intensity of this policy direction. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the request? No one. Ms. Heinrich?
Nothing further, ma'am.
All right. The applicant?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 25-0145 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D8, PD 25-0147. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD and AR to PD. Carol Ann Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett again. This is probably the easiest request you'll see all night. We are adding a 20-inch strip to an existing PD that is already platted and already developed. And we're here to answer any questions.
So no new units, it's just this extra acreage?
No new units, no changes to conditions, just the strip to give a little more depth to those lots. If you look at the plat, you can see they're a little bit shorter than the other lots within the subdivision. Adding this 20 feet, which we were able to acquire after the approvals, will make those more standard lots.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services, please.
Good evening, Carol Ann Peddle, Development Services. Again, this is rezoning PD 240147. The applicant is requesting to rezone the existing PD 210315 and the 0.16 acre property zoned AR along the southern property line to plan development to allow an increase in the lot depth of the southernmost lots within the existing PD. The project is limited to 142 single-family dwelling units with a community gathering area on the southern side of the PD. The PD is necessary to add the 0.6 acres to the southern end of the PD 2101 or 0315. No increase in the number of approved lots is requested under the new PD. The site is located within the Ruskin Community Character Guidelines. Both the existing PD 210315 and the proposed PD 250147 meet the guidelines required for the lot size and lot width. Staff finds the request approvable subject to the proposed conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The subject site is in the Residential 4 Future Land Use category, is in the Urban Service Area and within the limits of the Ruskin and South Shore Area-Wide Systems Community Plan. The proposal to rezone the site to a PD to add the 0.61 acre AR parcel to the southern boundary is compatible with the surrounding area and meets the intent of Objective 1 and FLU Policy 1.4. The site's surrounding land use pattern is mostly comprised of single-family HOA common property and vacant land uses. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with the surrounding area and meets the intent of FLU Objective 16 and its accompanying policies. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, anything? All right. Then we'll close rezoning 25-0147 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D9, Major Mod 25-0265. The applicant is requesting a major modification of PD 85-0206. Sam Ball with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Good evening again.
Good evening, Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. I think it's just me from here on out.
Oh, okay.
So I'm very motivated to be brief.
I gotcha.
Subject property is, the client is NAP Construction. We're proposing redevelopment. This is the surrounding area. This is an existing shopping plaza that has both a Walmart and a Publix. And the PD is proposing to redevelop that. This is the existing shopping center again. You see the aerial. You've got the Walmart oriented towards the front of the site, and then you've got the Publix on the backside anchor towards the east. You can see this is what the existing tenants are. Again, seeing sort of the older style of strip development that you used to see, and not a more modern development that we will see in the future. This is a proposed site plan. You'll see that we're eliminating the Publix, and we are proposing a super big box here on the back side, on the east side of the site, and that eastern side of that site was just subject to a plan amendment to go to Res 20. This subject site is OC 20, and that was used as a justification to go to the Res 20, and that PD has been filed by another applicant for residential 20 for multifamily and some commercial. And you'll see we have the uses oriented more towards the roadway, so they're better seen and can be more visible to the traveling public. So we hope that that will help with the success of the shopping center. And we are also proposing a more specific mix of uses to ensure that we're properly analyzing the traffic and the parking for this development. And again, seeing that basically we're doing the relocation of the big box store, relocation of retail options, and we are really over the overall PD. Original PD was 0.13 FAR, and we're asking for 1.16, which is much less than 0.75, which is already allowed on the site. So basically 78% less than what we could ask for in the future land use. We are asking for PD variations for parking. That we can go into as much detail on that as you would like, but bottom line, punchline is that we're asking for 4.5 spaces per 1,000, but subject to both a trip cap and a use cap from the type of uses. And again, Michael Yates is here from Palm Traffic, and he can go into that in more detail should you want to hear that this evening. Overall, we've been found consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, and Development Services is recommending approval with conditions. We've reviewed those conditions, and they're acceptable to us. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
I just have a quick question about the actual square footage that you're asking for. Maybe it's how it's laid out in the staff report. But the most important thing to me was to look at the zoning condition, the proposed zoning condition. It shows the major mod as 222,000 square feet. That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, because I think there's references to other portions in the PD perhaps
Yes.
that aren't subject to the major mod.
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right, that was it. Thank you so much. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant is requesting a major modification to PD 85-206 to allow an existing shopping center to be redeveloped with up to 222,000 square feet of retail space, which would include up to 181,000 square feet of large-scale retail development. The modification area is currently allowed up to 189,000 square feet. This petition includes a variation to reduce the required parking.
Mr. Ball, is this why I'm confused? Because the staff report says 228,000. Is that a typo? Because the condition says 222. I just want to make sure we got the numbers right.
Yeah, there was a revised staff report that was filed. I'm not sure if that was the one that you pulled up.
Maybe I don't have the most recent.
Correct, but the major modification area, which doesn't include 2 out parcels at the southwest corner, those are approved for $6,000 total, and this one is the $222,000.
I see.
So combined, it's
228.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, apologize.
Anyhow, anyway, well, based on the mix of uses in the immediate vicinity and the proposed general site plan, which includes a 270-foot setback from the residential property to the north, 20-foot buffers of type B screening from the residential properties to the north and east. The properties to the east are also separated from the modification area by a 25-foot wide public right-of-way, and the modification area will be required to maintain a 50-foot setback from the eastern property line. As the proposed development would also have to comply with large-scale retail design requirements of the LDC, and a justification for the parking variation that includes limits for restaurant use and provisions for bicycle parking. Staff finds the proposed modification compatible with the zoning and development pattern in the area and recommends approval subject to conditions.
And just to confirm for the record, transportation reviewed that reduction in parking and supports it?
Yes, ma'am. They reviewed everything.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're
Planning Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The site is in the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use category, is in the urban service area, and within the limits of the Sefner Mango Community Plan. The site is currently designated for light commercial uses with agricultural and single-family uses located to the north of the subject site, educational uses to the west, and single-family and agricultural uses to the east. Light commercial, public, quasi-public uses, and heavy commercial uses exist to the south of the subject site. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 1.1. The proposal meets the intent of Future Land Use Objective 4.4 that required new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of a mix of uses. The proposed request is compatible with the existing development pattern. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds that the proposed plan development is consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? All right, how many? 2 people? Go ahead and both of you come forward. Anybody else? All right. You have 15 minutes total, so if you want us to divide it up 7.5 apiece, we can do that. Thank you, I appreciate it. Give us your name and address.
Yes, it's Grover Maggard. I'm at 11730 Terry Lane and 1104 Terry Lane. I am on the north end of that, northeast corner there. Back in the 80s when they originally built this Walmart, they put a 15-foot berm in front of our house. The berm only blocks the view of everything else, but not the sound and the lights. So we put up with that, but since that berm was put up, we are in a low-lying area, so we're in a flood zone, and it's created so much water down there. So they're talking about eliminating that area at 11804 is the lowest part where that berm is there. The culvert pipe comes inside of the berm, and it's 10 feet high. That concerns me. They're moving that storm up toward the west end of that and going to put parking lot on this end. So that concerns me of even more flooding that's going to occur. So us being on the low end of that is really concerning. And also the Highview Road, which is east of that, is a very poorly narrow road where people have to stop and go around each other. If this is approved, I would hope that road would get developed because it's a serious problem with the traffic, because it comes from the park ahead of us, which is the Mango Recreation Center, which is due north of us, and northwest is the dog park there. So we have a lot of traffic up and down that area there. So our concern is the flooding zone, and the noise is just so bad because we're right there and directly in front of the loading docks on the Walmart, and it's like 24/7 wham banging, and when they get the dumpsters, it's just so noisy. Bigger is not better for us. We're not looking forward to this at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. Please sign in. Yes, sir.
My name is Patrick Platts. I live at 11714 Terry Lane. I live right behind Walmart. And with them moving that berm down to us, I'm worried about, we have a lot of homeless from getting stuff from Walmart and stealing and stuff. And I'm worried about them moving my way because I run them off now. But the police won't do anything about them because they say Walmart owns it, and they don't own it. They just lease that property from them right now. My other thing is with Hy-Vee Road. They're at the southeast corner of where the proposed 181,000 square foot, where they got an entrance there. It's going to make that road 3 times more for traffic that's bypassing the County Road 579, where they got their entrance up there. They'll be bypassing Terry Lane, which is only a 1-lane dirt road that is not really a through road. It crosses over and goes on Mr. Maggard's property to bypass it. So it stopped, dead ends to a tree bank. So, and my other problem is where 579, where they got all the merge lanes, their proposed merge lanes is stopping right at our road. And we have a heck of a time getting out now. So that's going to be my main things, where they're building up the merge lanes and stuff and drainage coming off 579, because we're lower than the road, like, I don't know, a couple foot lower. And the other side of the road is about 2 foot higher than the road. So we get to wash off from the church and off from the park, coming through the back. So that is about my only complaints about everything. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Please sign in. All right. Seeing no one else in opposition, we'll close that portion and we'll go to Development Services. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Ms. Corbett, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, I'd like to have one of our experts to come speak about drainage, but he does need to be sworn in.
Okay. Is there anyone else that hasn't been sworn in that plans to speak? If you just raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Eric Giuliano. I'm with Bowman Consulting, 5404 Cypress Center Drive, Suite 140, Tampa, Florida. We're the civil engineers on the project. We're just beginning, preliminary engineering now, but as far as the drainage goes, we'll be required to meet all jurisdictional requirements, and the requirements are more stringent now than when the original development of the Walmart occurred. So if anything, any kind of stormwater or flooding situation will be improved from what currently exists out there now, if there is any issues.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. If you could
Thank
please
you.
sign in with the clerk's office. Good evening.
Good evening. Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I wanted to address the traffic, and I'm going to use the overhead. There you go. As you can see, the proposed building is being relocated where you heard the discussion along Terry Lane. The existing Walmart is here today. It is being, the new building is being relocated over here. So the retail buildings are being pulled away from Terry Lane to reduce that noise. But we're also adding a southbound left turn lane into the project driveway that does not exist today. We are lengthening the northbound right. We are adding a southbound right to accommodate the school traffic that you can see here today. And we are also adding an additional lane at the intersection of 579 with MLK. We do have an access out to Highview. It is on the southern portion of the property, and it will be a right out only. This is the section of Highview that has already been improved. There we go. Sorry about that. So that section has been improved already and already has curb and gutter, and there is an administrative variance for substandard road there.
And so that right out only is channelized to prevent?
It's channelized to prevent anyone from going north, but it's designed because the access to MLK is being reduced to eliminate the left out. This is providing the shopping center a way to have access to the signal at Highview without using MLK, trying to reduce the traffic on MLK.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to let Ms. Corbett finish up.
Ms. Corbett, quick question about that berm that was mentioned.
Yes.
Is that true? It's being reduced or eliminated?
We are changing the standards to comply with these PD standards, so I don't know, I don't think a berm is planned as part of the development, but we are redeveloping the entire site. And so as we have told you, we have to build to new standards. So if there are new stormwater rules, we have to comply with those stormwater rules. The buffering and screening will be as it's proposed on the PD plan. There's no particular requirement for a berm, but we are just, I think that is an option under the different types of B buffers and types of buffers that are allowed or permitted. But significantly, there should be a significant reduction in the noise to those people on Terry Lane, given the reorientation of the buildings. And keep in mind that this site is already entitled for 195,000 square feet. There would be no requirement for a someone to come in and redevelop the site and switch the orientation of the building. So that is why we think, even though we're adding about 40,000 more square feet of retail to the proposed development, overall, it's a general improvement to what the current design is. And with that, we respectfully request your approval.
Just to clarify, the berm mentioned came from the opposition that evidently there's an existing one there. And so there was a thought that it was going to be reduced and or eliminated. And that was my question.
Eric Giuliano, Bowman Consulting. It's not really a berm. There's a stormwater pond behind the existing Walmart now, and it kind of goes down and then it goes up. So really, we're not going to be knocking that. We're not going to be lowering that berm at all. I mean, it's going to be part of our development, but the pond's just going to be relocated. We're not dropping the elevation of our development, per se. So we're not into final engineering at this point, but that's the general explanation for that.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anything further, Ms. Corbett? All right. Then with that, we'll close major modification 25-0265 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D10, PD 25-0269. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from PD to PD, and Carolyn Peddle with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Is the applicant here? Oh, forgot. Yes.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, Henderson. And in the interest of time, the only issue we have with this particular request is Planning Commission finding of inconsistency. And so I'm going to have our planner come up and make his presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Stephen Sposato, Certified Planner of Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson Street, Tampa. And I'll try to move through this quickly as well. Its project is a redevelopment of an existing site with the predominant use being open storage of RVs and boats, and we're proposing a freestanding emergency room, or FER. It's an efficient layout, especially given the narrow and deep, the depth and the narrowness of the width and the depth of the length, and it results in a relatively limited envelope for the building. You can see the storm, that's like the peach color. The stormwater is in the rear. There are two drop-off areas, one in the front, which is the patient, and then one in the back. They're looped, and that is for the emergency services. There are two variations, both supportable. The first reduces the buffer along the western boundary from 20 to 10 feet, accommodates the Cummings Lake Drive private drive, and it also allows for larger building setbacks along the east side of the site. And then we're also increasing the fence height along the northern boundary or Mystic Seafloor Drive from 4 to 6 feet as it functions more like a rear rather than a front setback. The LDC defines an FER as surgical services and emergency care on an outpatient basis. It complements the hospital ER as well as public emergency services providers. It disaggregates the service, places them closer to where the demand is, and also allows less critical cases to be handled more efficiently. And I think kind of key to our presentation is the operating characteristics. As compared to a hospital ER, it's much less intense in terms of daily cases, has a very low ambulance arrival rate, and very rarely do the ambulances utilize sirens when arriving or departing. And not to state the obvious, but there are already emergency vehicles utilizing Bloomingdale Road and area roads, and so this is a fact of the case. In terms of the appropriateness, logic starts with the LDC. The FER is a permitted use in the BPO and also the CN designations as a conditional use. The only conditions are no helipad or heli stop, and it has to be located in arterial or collector roadway, which is the case for our project. So the clear intent of the LDC is to allow this type of use near residential or mixed-use environments. This is especially, additionally made certain that an FER is permitted without conditions in the more intensive commercial zoning designations. I just gave two examples where you want to place emergency services. They benefit from being proximate to residential communities. And the Station 37, for example, that's a fire station. It's just to the west of our site, is directly across from residential, for example. The plan guidance also supports what we're proposing. We're in the urban general designation on the Brandon Character District Plan, and we're also within a center and along a connection on the centers and connection maps. Both of those promote mix of uses and are targeted for redevelopment. Did a quick inventory of current conditions showing how the corridor has been developing consistent with the plan. Also in response to market conditions. There are a mix of uses nearby, and there's a new apartment complex to the north called Integra Palms, and then to the east is Summerall. But you can see the view, specifically the view going north of the site. You can see the 4-story apartment complex just nearby. Just digging in a little bit closer in terms of compatibility. It's smartly designed, again, given the narrowness and the depth of the property. It's a single-story building. We're 32 feet from the east property line. We have a 20-foot buffer along that same line. I just took an image of looking from the Kings View lane, looking into our site. Currently, again, this is a redevelopment. You can see the existing RVs directly adjacent to that common boundary. And then to the south, we're approximately 160 feet from the units to the south. We do have a contrary. I have a contrary opinion in terms of consistency with the Planning Commission. I think Cami mentioned that. I do find it consistent with the plan and compatible with adjacent development. The use and intensity is consistent with the SMU 6 designation. Again, I mentioned the Brandon plan and also the centers and connections. Again, this area is targeted for redevelopment and has been experiencing that redevelopment. And again, given the use that's proposed and how it's defined in the LDC, and with all of the different site design characteristics, clearly it's compatible with adjacent development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't forget to sign in. Yes. All right. Ms. Corbett, did that complete your presentation?
For now, yes.
Okay. Development services, please.
Good evening, Caroline Peddle, Development Services. I do have some revisions to the report. It's on page 1 for the existing PD acreage, and then it includes my name as the case reviewer.
Ah, yes. Thank you so much.
Again, this is rezoning PD 250269. The applicant requesting to rezone 4 parcels at approximately 2.93 acres from the existing PD approved for boat, RV, and domestic vehicle upholstery shop to a new PD to allow a freestanding emergency room. The applicant seeks a variation to LDC 606 for landscape and buffer. Staff does not object to this request. They also seek a variation to LDC Part 607 for fences and walls, and staff does not object to this request as well. The project meets the conditional use requirements for freestanding emergency rooms as it meets the road requirements and does not propose helistops or heliports. The PD will provide a 20-foot Type B buffer along the eastern and northern property lines adjacent to the residentially zoned properties. Additionally, a 10-foot wide buffer with Type B screening will be provided along the western property along Cummings Lake Drive to buffer and screen the existing residential unit from the proposed use. To further mitigate the compatibility concerns regarding the residential uses along the eastern property line, the site has been configured so that the site's circulation and parking is not located between the building and eastern property line. The site will also provide the LDC required buffering of 20 feet in the screening Type B along that eastern property line. With a proposed 1-story building at 26 feet in height, the project will meet the 2-to-1 setback increase with a limited intensity of 0.1 FAR. The staff finds the request approvable subject to the proposed conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commission.
Willamette Planning Commission staff. The site is in the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category, is in the urban service area, and within the Brandon Community Plan. The proposal does not meet Policy 3.1.3 requiring all developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. The nature of the proposed 24-hour emergency room causes significant compatibility concerns as single and multifamily uses extend to the north and south. The proposal does not meet the intent of Future Land Use Section Objective 4.4 and its associated policies, as there should be a gradual transition of intensities between the different land uses given the residential uses around the subject site. The transition to a use allowed in commercial general zoning district would allow for development that is not compatible with the surrounding area and would be inconsistent with the aforementioned policy direction. The site does meet CLC, however, commercial locational criteria is not the only factor to be taken into consideration when granting approval for an application. Considerations involving land use compatibility, adequacy and availability of public services, environmental impacts, adopted service levels of affected roadways, and other policies of the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations would carry more weight than the locational criteria. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? No one. Anyone in opposition to this request? All right. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett, just a quick question that I neglected to ask you earlier. It appears from a review of the aerial that there's what appears to be open storage vehicles, like
Yes.
completely
Yes.
all over the property, right?
Yes.
And did I read that there's a reduction in vehicular trips
Yes.
when you compare the existing to the proposed?
Yes.
All right. That was it. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to kind of briefly put up the future land use map that's in the staff report. You'll see that not only has the development pattern grown consistent with the urban character district for Brandon, you'll see that there have been several future land use changes to intensify the development to allow those multifamily developments. So this really is a more urbanized area. And as we provided testimony, this is a permitted use as a conditional use in CN and BPO, and it's a really low intensity commercial use, and we would respectfully request your approval for that.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close rezoning 25-0269 and go to the last case.
Our last item is item E1, and that is special use general 25-0300. The applicant is requesting a non-conforming special use expansion permit, and Tanya Chappello with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. It's the applicant's turn. Last one.
Cami Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson. This is the subject property located out in Thanona-Sassa. It's an existing mobile home park. The history on this is there was a mobile home park granted NCU non-conforming status back in 1992. There were a couple of other subsequent rezonings that happened that included other parcels and other uses. But then in 2022, when our client purchased the property, they asked for another determination of nonconformity to confirm that that nonconforming use did not go away and was not extinguished somehow by those prior zonings. And then now we're asking for the one-time expansion to allow 14 additional mobile home units, and that backup is all in your in the record. This is the original NCU plan, and then this is the proposed expansion plan. Really not we are making the change that we are bringing them up to the LDC standards, but other than we're not expanding the size of the parcel, we're just expanding the number of mobile home units. We actually have a preliminary site plan. It looks like this. You can see it's all self-contained within the same property. Staff has found it consistent and compatible, or Planning Commission has found it consistent and compatible, and Development Services recommends approval with conditions. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chappella, Development Services. The applicant seeks to expand the existing non-conforming use from 28-space mobile home park to a 42-space mobile home park. The site is located within an area consisting of agricultural and residential uses. The proposed development is compatible with the approved mobile home park use. The adjacent properties to the north and south are zoned for conventional and mobile home residential single-family uses. The proposed park expansion will be required to comply with the LDC mobile home park provisions. In addition, a 5 feet wide buffer type A screening shall be provided around the site's perimeter. Based upon the above, staff has not identified any compatibility issues associated with the request and recommends approval.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Willa Mickey, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 2 future land use category, is in the rural area and within the Thanota-Sassa community plan. The proposal meets the intent of policy 4.1.3, which states legal non-conforming uses shall be recognized. The rebuilding or expansion of existing legal non-conforming uses which do not have any significant adverse effects on adjacent properties shall be permitted. The proposal meets the intent of future land use section objective 4.4 and policy 4.4.1 that require new development to be compatible to the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, the site already has a mobile home park on it, and the surrounding land use pattern is comprised of mostly agricultural and single-family uses. Based upon the above considerations and the following goals, objectives, and policies, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions set by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the audience or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich? Anything
Nothing
else?
further, ma'am.
Ms. Corbett? Nothing. All right. Then with that, we'll close special use 25-0300 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.